The date is the 28th of Nim, year of our kingdom 998. The weather is comfortable and situation. I'm at the Nesting Quail, sharing drinks with my friends. Today was incredibly full. I'm not even really sure where to begin. And of course, I just got news that makes focusing on anything else quite difficult. I'll try my best. This recap is my duty after all. So, after our successful return from the Tarn Hill Mines, Willow graced us by spending the night at the Poppy, which of course meant they were with us when we arose, bright and early, and I was met with both of my companions suggesting we visit Regalport. The High Prince is sharing a public announcement today, perhaps history in the making. It would be foolish not to take the opportunity to go and see. Though, considering who I was speaking to, I am sure their motives were a little more duplicitous, and making contact with contacts to deal in information and crimes, and Willow committing covert reconnaissance on one of the Sea Dragon's own captains. Given their current situation, I can't really blame them. For those not in the know, Willow has passed on accusations of treachery to Captain Frostroot, and has been the one handling her ire as a result. In that situation, the best thing you can have is an edge on information. So I imagine that's why they spent their morning doing what they were doing. At the very least, they discovered that the playwright and poet Tarek Elham had a successful resurrection, and he continues to reside at the Blessed Wings Hospital, though no longer under gentle repose. I didn't know the man, but I am glad there is one less dead in this world. Hopefully that put Captain Frostroot in a good spirits, and when she realizes that Willow had a hand in capturing the man who committed the crimes against her partner, her ire may soften, if only slightly. Oh, the High Prince. His speech. It was certainly a sight to behold. We were packed into the square so tightly it was almost like we held each other upright. The prince spoke from his ship, an immense and frightening beast that helped command all of the attention towards him and what he was saying. Come one, come all, and perhaps you will be worthy of uniting all of the principalities under one flag and cementing us as a nation in the eyes of all of Corvair. Should you be the one to lay claim to the High Prince Lazar's own fabled blade, perhaps the greatness that saw our islands named for her will come to you as well. Make our nation proud, use the spirit of seafarers to lay claim to her sword, and find what glory awaits you. He is a highly charismatic man. It is quite easy to see how he has cultivated this fertile soil over the past decade. Any man who can sway legions into perilous waters for a chance at greatness is one upon which empires can be built. Which makes me all the more curious about his motivations. I am no politician, but I have some experience in battle strategy at least. And when I see the High Prince standing among his captains, stoking flames, it makes me wonder what will be cooked over that fire pit. Perhaps it's nothing, and I'm growing suspicious as I age. But, given that everyone in the principalities speaks in doubles, I don't think it's out of the question. Speaking of suspicious, we had a quiet lunch with Damon at the Poppy. Elsa didn't immediately ask him to leave, so that's a good sign. Afterwards, Damon explained the intended stipulations of our employ under him. It all seemed like standard fare, which, again, makes me think what is missing. Conversations had with him one-on-one. Again, I know Willow and N and I have all had time alone with Damon, and I'm sure they've asked things of him, same as I. Now that we're all resolute in our decision to assist him, I suppose any wayward concerns I have will just be set aside. If they do crop up in the future, I shall deal with them then, and deal accordingly. And finally, the news that has held my attention. It was hard for me to understand, and harder still for me to speak aloud to you, stranger. With it comes understanding. The understanding that I found myself surrounded with people who are kind despite any outward appearances. Surrounded by people who wish to help those within arm's reach if they can. And that I will continue to be in their orbit for as far as I can see onto the horizon. Because I and N will be now joined in our travels by Willow Cordovan Jenkins.
Oh. What's your name, Willow?
Yeah.
It's you!
What's your name?
Yeah, it does.
Yep.
Someone say, "You like us."
You like us.
I do!
We pick up within the still confines of the scrap bucket, now dry docked
Hey.
within a warehouse in salvage. I think you've all been out late, drinking, laughing, enjoying each other's company. And you've had a good night's sleep at this point.
Nice.
So, how do we find you as you are resting? What's the layout look like?
Willow's boat, so Willow gets dibs on where they want to sleep, and can sleep anywhere.
I can't imagine that we continue the conversation. It's got that energy of sleepover. We're not going to sleep. We're so I'm going to stay up all night, and then probably Willow's going to take the couch because you guys have your hammocks that you're used to taking.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you guys, I assume that you two will take the hammocks.
Yep.
Mm.
And that's where conversation is until
Actually, I think that Luca will be sitting at the end of the couch on the floor with his journal open,
my
writing
God.
for a little while.
Willow will ask you once to go sit in a bed so that you're not sitting on the floor. But if not, they'll give you a cushion or something.
I mean,
Use a pillow on the floor.
it's hard to write in a hammock, I think.
Need more practice.
Skill issue. But
Well, yeah, he's not had much experience.
didn't you travel here by I guess you weren't in the spirit of writing because your arm was lopped off. Never mind. Yeah, so yeah, you can sit on the floor. If
At
you
your
want.
feet.
Okay. It's a bit... Willow will tell you once to get comfy, and if you say no, I'm sitting here, then Willow's like, okay, I'll leave you to it.
Comfy.
Okay. Yeah.
And
But
it's just
you
swaying in a
guys-
hammock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. Eventually you've all retired,
Yes.
fallen asleep in conversation.
Oh, can we have the lantern lit? I would be
Oh, yes.
Oh,
absolutely.
pleased to see it on. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Gentle
Keep it next
lantern
to-
light.
Yeah. It can be triangulated between us, in the middle of our
Mm.
little triangle. It's nice to look at. I like looking at it.
Yeah.
I did design it so you could have low light and then full light, which I don't think is
Wow.
functional within the mechanics of the game, but you can
It
open and
is.
close the eyes.
It is functional within the mechanics of the game because it is a hooded lantern.
Oh, cool. So yeah, if you twist the top, the eyes on the side panels close,
Aw.
and so there's less light coming out.
Aw.
Yep.
Yeah. So
So
it's
it's
comfortable
just-
just sleeping with.
Little dim light of the lantern that eventually extinguishes because it only because it does have to burn oil to stay
Mm.
lit.
Hmm.
But yes. So next morning comes, start of a new month. High summer, the first of Larvion. You've all
High summer?
slept. Yes.
Sorry. Wait, really? I like the guy?
Hi.
Hi!
Yeah, okay, so I was confused.
Kai Summer. Hot Kai
Yeah.
Summer.
Exactly. I'm like, maybe it's like a Kaiba thing that I just don't know about.
No,
Oh my
no.
God.
Luca hears about this for the first time and is like, what?
Kai has his own season?
Yeah, what?
Why is it summer?
He looks
That's why
really...
he doesn't wear sleeves.
Yeah.
Mm.
You're right.
Uh-huh.
Anyway.
The bullshit talk we get up to when we're drunk and it's
Yeah.
4 a.m.
Hi, Summer.
Yeah.
Kai Summer.
Well, isn't he lucky?
Oh my god.
I said some animosity.
No, it's fine. I just think that if anyone was going to be Summer out of the three of us, it would be Willow. But, you know.
Anyway. These flashes of late night conversation aside, you all slowly awake at your hour of choosing within the confines of the very dimly lit scrap bucket. It's quite dark, actually. The lantern will have burned out by this point, and there's not a lot of natural light that reaches down here. Especially
we're in a
considering you
warehouse,
are in...
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So. What'd you do this morning?
Well, Luca's going to get up and make breakfast because he's the breakfast man.
I think before you manage to do that, if I can wake up first, because fun fact, I rolled off screen to see if I would be drunk this morning, and I'm not. So we're good. We sobered up by the time it's morning. I think Willow is going to kind of get you guys up and moving so that we can ask the dock workers to take the boat out. And you guys can join me. So I think I'm jostling you awake.
No. Well then.
Like bright and early,
Sailor
sailor style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can I drag Willow into my hammock?
No. Oh, I don't know. I guess that's a dice thing.
No, I'm like, is that physically possible? I don't know the mechanics of hammocks.
Hammocks.
I don't know if you can drag them in, but certainly you can grab them for a hug as you are...
Yeah,
As,
in like
as
5
they
more
are
minutes.
passing.
Drag them down onto me.
Oh my
5 more
god.
minutes.
Willow's flailing.
Luca roll an athletics check and Willow roll an acrobatics check to escape.
Oh.
I'm sleepy.
You're sleepy. So Willow, you like get snagged for a second, then you just like wiggle your way backwards.
Yeah. If Luca is not careful, I will rock him out of the hammock.
With that nat
And
one, I
he's-
feel like you might.
Yeah, that's a good way to wake him up, actually.
I won't do it on purpose, but
No,
I don't
Yeah,
think
he
I
rolled
think
a nat
it's-
one, not
it's
you.
made for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's like you overbalance trying to hold on to Willow and like basically awkwardly, very slowly tip yourself out of the hammock.
Yes, perfect.
And
Willow
watching
laughs.
this from the other hammock.
Willow gives you a look and they come back. Like, I just wanted to wake him up. That he did that to himself, Willow will say,
Oh yeah,
as
I
they jog
believe it.
upstairs.
Luca grabs his pillow that also fell out and puts it under his head.
Oh my god.
I can sleep on the floor. I can sleep anywhere.
And just gonna get up and follow Willow.
I'll get up and go, I guess.
Everything is secured back in place, basically just prepared to go ask the folks of salvage to help put the boat back out on the water.
Easy enough. I imagine that the three of you sort of right yourself on the way out. Willow leads the charge to ask the dock workers to put the scrap back out on sea. And as you go, I think you probably meet with Bruno. He's out. It's just like in the area as like the boat is being carted out back into the water.
Yeah.
And he'll hand you a letter, Willow, from Varys.
Oh.
Got post
Is
this
that,
morning?
Willow goes to say, Brune, no? And then they, like, receive the letter. Oh. Thank you. Relief that we're taking it out. Then I think Momentum will have Willow open it immediately.
Yeah. It's just a simple letter in a reply to the last one you sent, asking whether you and your friends would be willing to celebrate together with his family at the Nesting Quail before he starts his new job at the Regal Port Anchorage in Ryger's personal shipyard.
Oh my god! Willow smiles, I think. Willow...
I think there's
That's
also a line
all-
about, like, celebrating the announcement of Ryger's big thing, so it looks like he was waiting for that to go through.
Yeah.
Before
And
sending the reply.
Everything there is above board, yeah? That's all. Like,
Yeah.
he's made his cover story.
Yes.
Willow does a big smile and then hands the letter around to you guys.
And bounces their brows.
He's got a new job already.
Look at that. Knew we could do
No
it.
surprises there.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
No objections here.
Willow's going... Are we helping take the boat out? Mim asks.
Luca will help, probably, once he sees people doing it.
Yeah, I think Willow's
think
going to
it's-
prompt you guys to be
Yeah.
of assistance. Is the kind of goal here.
Yeah. I mean, you are assisting in as much as you need to. Luca's probably pulling with the other people. I think Anne and Willow are probably more like helping direct and keep the way clear.
Yeah.
But it's not a long process. It takes like maybe half an hour. And by the time it's just like
Excuse me.
settling into the water, Bruno has handed you this letter.
Ah, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
And I will say that Willow's saying not to put the boat at its regular docking place. They're probably using a different docking place.
Yeah. You just
Or maybe
go-
I should sail it off to my other docking place now.
You should probably sail it off if you want to get it out of the way.
Yeah, I will. Then we'll walk back, or I'll walk back. Whoever wants to. Well, we, because it's easier to operate as a crew.
Yeah.
Who'd have thunk?
And whoever from salvage wants to come along. I guess Bruno could come if he wants. Nah, he's working.
Yeah. Bruno politely declines. You can make an insight check if you want on that.
I think Willow just gestures to him
Can I?
with like a thumb over their shoulder, like sort of like do you want to come where I take it?
No, I'm too busy for that. You enjoy yourselves.
Suit yourself. Willow will gesture to you guys to basically come help them sail over to another point at the docks.
And we'll put all the training they garnered during the sail out to the good fortune to work now. Everything they remember.
Yeah. I
As
think Willow
not
too
a
would have been
sea dog.
gesturing. Sorry, as not a sea dog.
Yeah.
As a street rat to sea dog.
Lucas also taking it very seriously because, he has to get used to this sort of thing now,
Yeah.
I imagine when they were moving the boat, Willow would have called to Bruno, like, how are they doing? About, like, Luca and N, specifically. Like, they were deliberately putting you on the spot to help here, in front of Bruno.
We're going to get evaluated by the teacher.
Luca, make a strength check and make a dexterity check.
Hey.
Don't embarrass me. Ooh!
Not bad, not bad.
Hey!
Bruno calls back, good enough for landlubbers.
Yeah, you hear that?
We'll get better. With time.
Indeed.
And I think if I'm going to the new docking place now, shall I?
Yes.
I, where Varys took us fishing, or took me fishing, around the lighthouse?
Mm-hmm.
And there was a little dock, I believe, or a pier attached to the lighthouse too. I think Willow's
There
going to
is.
go dock there, where it's nice and tucked away.
Yeah. You cast your anchor a little ways away in the deep water so that you won't run aground when the tides change. And you are docked just beyond the lighthouse.
Why are we here?
I have a captain snooping around for me back at the regular docks.
Yeah, I take a wild guess
sure.
that it has something that starts with an M and ends in a Dean.
Mundane?
Try again.
So close.
Miraldine. Yes.
That's the one.
Actually, I do wonder if on the way back I would have messaged her
You can message her now if you like.
bright and early.
Luca nudges N slightly. Like, this is where we first met.
Yes, I remember.
I was there.
You were there. You were the one who wasn't paralyzed, so
Mm.
arguably you were even more than I was.
Do you still think I'm going to poison you?
Depends on the day.
Much less lethal poisons, I
Mhm.
think, at this point. For now.
For now.
Luca makes a face at N like, ooh, I'm going to poison you.
Ah, see, this is why I'm learning to cook for myself.
By the time, okay, so I'm going to, while you guys are bantering, I think I'm going to walk over to the other side of the ship. I'm sort of keeping this quiet.
Mhm.
Willow's going to flip open the sending stone. Good morning, clever captain. Seems you're right on my bushy tail, yet I'm the mystery. By the time I temper your skepticism, you'll be gone. And that's it. Close it.
Mhm. Cool. Let me just...
Posted it.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you
And-
guys feel like you're writing in those little like competitions, 12 and 25 words or less, why you love our product? Every time you write a sending stone message.
I feel like I'm trying to not hit like a character limit on Twitter or like on a text message when I'm down to no credit, you know? Like a very high school memory.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I only have 26 cents left. Better make it count.
Only the best words for my text on account of I can't afford more.
Okay.
En's probably going to ask Willow at some point, like, what the plan is for today.
I think Willow will. After their message, they are looking out at the sea a little bit, and then when you talk to them, they perk and turn back, and they'll say, well, first and foremost, I believe we have a contract officially to be signed with our departing Dragon Slayer.
Yes, so I recall.
Hmm.
I had to put it in ink.
Willow's looking at you both, clearly looking at you both and thinking thoughts.
There's something on my face. I didn't get to wash it properly last night.
Only your big
Luca makes a face.
Only your big
I'm
grin, Luca.
I'm gonna need a section of the bathroom for my face products.
Here we go.
I can see to that. Hey, why don't we have breakfast first?
Luca
And
nuts.
shrugs. Who gets to make
Yeah,
breakfast?
They'll have tea. I think Luca seems like he's giddy and will make it.
Yeah.
And talking about the logistics of where Luca's, like, products went in the Gold Dragon hotel room.
Yeah, I had them while we were there, so.
Kept knocking your face cream into the sink. You really have to put it somewhere else if we're gonna make this a long-term arrangement.
Well, it's in its position in my regimen. Like, it has to be at the end.
What,
Because
can you
it's
not
the last thing you put on your face.
Can you not see when you're doing all of that? Does it have to be in that particular spot? Because I keep whapping it.
Well, maybe you should try using it when you knock it down.
I thought it was your special cream.
It is, but I could be persuaded into sharing.
I'm not asking. I'm asking it to be somewhere else so it doesn't have to bother me every morning by almost going down the drain. Like, how am I supposed to explain that to you if I knock your face cream down the drain? Willow's gonna kick my ass if they wake up at the crack of dawn and I'm trying to take apart one of the pipes to get your stupid face cream out of the sink.
Man!
You regret it, yes.
What have I done? What have I gotten myself into? I feel like Willow's just sitting there drinking tea and eating toast and looking at you guys like, okay, how is this a conversation? Especially considering what I'm holding on to at the moment.
We're just filling an empty air.
Yeah.
You're just bantering.
Yeah.
No, I know. It's pretty cute.
Well, no, I'm making very real plans for my future and the safety of my creams.
And it's trying to assist you in this endeavor.
I feel like you can probably get a little hanging basket or bag to put your stuff in.
The thing about Willow's boat is it's customizable. We couldn't, like, make a shelf and the gold dragon customized for your products. But in this particular case...
I could have my own shelf.
Among other things, Luca.
Does Luca look at Willow when he says that? Because Willow answered
Yes.
this question. This quandary has been solved like 2 minutes ago when Willow thought to themselves, oh, I could make a shelf. I could make a shelf. Anyway, back to thinking about the big thing looming overhead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Willow's going to, if Luca looks at Willow like, shelf? Willow's going to say, yes, I could make a shelf. Also, I have something more important to possibly talk about.
I don't think there's anything more important than skincare.
Please, Willow, save me.
From yourself?
I only fight when I'm engaged in one. I don't start them.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news again, or rather news in general. Rather, I don't suppose I bear this at all. This is actually reviving an old conversation. Let me start from the top. Okay, so before Damon leaves, I was going to ask you both whether you would be comfortable sharing the prophecy with him.
And Mike peers over at Luca with an arched eyebrow and then back at Willow. Is there a particular reason you want to share with him?
Perhaps not a particular reason, but in general, he has been quite useful with regards to the prophecy and insights on that front. I did start speaking with him about it during the last month.
Do you think his resources and his knowledge might assist us in decoding whatever that was?
I thought you didn't. Excuse me. I thought you didn't really care about and or believe in it.
Oh, that's...
Considering what we got out of it regarding the whole tyrant business, I wouldn't exactly be opposed to at least having whatever little nuggets of knowledge are hidden in the rest of the verses.
I do like nuggets.
Well, yes, and I do believe that it will assist us both on our journeys going forward. If he is going somewhere else as well, it might help in that regard. Also, I suspect he has more knowledge that he is keeping under wraps from us. Luca, speaking of nuggets, before you say yes, there is something about the prophecy that I suspected, perhaps, and started asking Damon about last. At with the Tarek thing. So Willow's going to just pull out a piece of paper that they have written. It's probably been tucked into their journal. They actually, fun fact, wrote this out starting. I don't know. This is the fish dog printout, and they've started marking it up though since last time they brought it out, which was, you guys would have seen it way back in, like, was it 18th of Olaroon? I believe we discussed it recently.
Yeah, way back.
So
Before my birthday.
like months ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Before the day of
wow.
mourning. We discussed it as soon as we got back from Aggie's. Since then, it seems that Willow has marked it up in some places with their own handwriting. And I can tell you that they started writing after Damon visited them and before Tarek died. They started looking into the prophecy a bit more. Okay, Willow's going to keep it in front of them, and then look to N. So, you know what we suspect with the passage that may refer to you, which I've marked up here as 4. The 4th, if I could divide them into stanzas, I suppose.
Yes.
And Luca, there is a passage that I suspect is yours, specifically. I think Willow's going to find it a little bit easier to just kind of hand it to you to read. They'll point out the passage and their notes on it.
Wait, where are the notes? I can't. Where did you post them?
Stock images.
Stock
Yeah.
images? Thank you.
I can tell you what it says, though. So in Luca's line, it says, the forgotten love wields its sword in despair, clutched by hand of green that bows to the legacy of the 13th mark. Willow has underlined forgotten and love, and they've marked it as Luca's amnesia. They've underlined sword and written sword and shield bearer to imply that it's something about someone, like, may have something to do with someone who has a close relationship with Luca, obviously. Hand of green has been underlined and says emerald claw. And 13th mark has conspiracy cultist catch all, Aeronol versus Argonison, and then like continued notes about Vaelia. Yeah, Willow kind of sits back waiting for you to read it.
Sorry, I just saw the all else is ephemeral chaos note. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for telling me.
I'm going to insight check you. I'm going to insight check you while you read it.
Do you want to contest that, Luca, or do you want to be honest with your friends?
I think I'm not going to contest it. I would describe it as you can tell that reading this makes him a little bit tired in a way that getting bad news makes you tired. And you can also tell that he quickly puts it aside with all of the other bad news about what waits for him that he carries on his back. To him, it's just another hefty brick that he has to lug.
Oh, Willow kind of took...
He's considered a lot of this actually in his own thoughts, so seeing it written down as something that will probably happen is just like, okay, cool, I guess.
Okay, .jpg looking ass. Are you okay? Yeah, okay. Willow's kind of tilts their head at you, like he just kind of folded that note and put it in his pocket, figuratively speaking.
Mm-hmm. Something wrong?
And Willow looks briefly at N, then back to Luca. No, not with me, unless there is something wrong with you.
Can I tell that they think I'm supposed to be upset?
They don't think you're supposed to be upset so much as they've delivered upsetting news and they're just waiting to see how that lands. And it's landed probably better than expected, but that's not a good thing all the time, so they're just watching.
Yeah.
Well, I've considered a lot of this already on my own, so I wouldn't really say it's new news. When you don't have anything that you know is concrete, you kind of assume everything, so...
Oh, maybe you can start narrowing your thoughts away from things that are not applicable to you.
Happy. Confirmation of bad news.
We don't know exactly what it means. But that is why I sought out Damon's insights. He has a lot of wisdoms, so to speak, about this brand of problem. Then again, apparently...
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Oh, sorry, prophecies is what I'm trying to say. Well, at least he seems like it. Like you, actually. Willow gestures it, and you seem to have some background knowledge.
He's the archaeologist or whatever, right?
That doesn't answer my question, so to speak.
Oh. Are you asking me what I know about prophecies? Not as much as Damon, that's for sure.
Willow leans in that way of like, that's not an answer. Again. But they'll insist, back when we first spoke about it, you were very quick to mention the draconic prophecy with certainty, of course. Now that looking at it again, it certainly seems like draconic prophecy, but you had a certain level of study too.
Oh, well, when I was first trying to figure out my eye business and what even happened to me, I kind of dabbled in all sorts of things and kind of scratches at their head a bit and rakes their fingers through their hair, leans their chin on their hand. I guess there's no reason to keep it a secret. When I left Charn, I didn't just leave the city. I left the continent. I hid in Stormreach for a while. And, well, while I was there, I heard about this scholar named Caldine. You might know him from the Caldine fragments. He's the guy who was responsible for assembling the fragments, which are essentially like the clear bits of the draconic prophecy translated into like a readable format. It's far from the whole story. I don't think anyone really understands the whole story except maybe the dragons, but we're not exactly on speaking terms with them. But those fragments do provide more insight into the prophecy than anything else we know of, and I just kind of happened to dabble in them when I was trying to figure out what was up with me in the place where they were being assembled. So, then shrugs. It's just familiar.
Quick question to Zeke. Rack in my mind, do I know that... Oh, yeah, we know that Damon's from Stormreach. Or has a lodge. Or whatever.
Yes. He's talked about it multiple times, so
Yes, he has introduced himself as being
Damon
from
recently
Stormreach.
Yeah.
Willow will probably mention, I trust you've spoken to Damon about that. You've both visited.
Not particularly. I sort of asked him if he knew of me from my time in Stormreach, but I was pretty indirect. I was also trying not to give away the fact I was in Stormreach at all. You know how it is. It's trying to see if he'd admit to finding out about me at Stormreach, and that's why he was seeking me out now. It was the whole thing.
Nods. Question again. There was a script I saw Damon writing in his room, and I took down some like approximation of it, which isn't necessarily good. But can I think once again about what that script was?
You can certainly try. Make a... I think this would be just a flat intelligence check. The DC is pretty high. Yeah. You don't know what it is.
Mm.
You would need
The
to
thing
like
that-
actually talk to either a linguist or do more research.
And speaking of Damon, so I don't know what language he was writing, though En's little comments on the scholar in Stormreach made me think, oh yeah, writing, that thing that he was writing. As well as all of the talk about, quickly, is Stormreach on Zendrick?
Yes.
Yeah, and then Zendrick, the things on Lucas' side of the prophecy, the whole Aerenol, Arganessen thing, that's also Zendrick?
Aerenol and Arganessen are other continents.
Oh, Aerenol's
Yeah.
two different
Aerenol is an island, and Arganessen is a different continent.
Where did I get those wires crossed? Ah, sorry,
Arganessen is the dragon.
originally Kabbalah and stolen from Zendrick is where I got my wires crossed, because it was
Yes.
pre-Aerenol. Never mind. Okay. And I need the Eberron map up, actually. I won't yet.
Should I bring it up?
Oh, yeah, if you have it.
Yeah. I have the world map.
Where are we? Corvair, Aerenol's there, Zendrick. Damn, man. So you went to one of those little islands.
Wow.
No, Zendrick is at the tip of the continent of Zendrick. Stormreach, rather.
Tip of the... oh, so past the islands. Damn, man.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get away.
Damn, you like fled.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so Arganessen's over there, Sarluna's over there, Zendrick's over there. Okay, cool. Good.
Yeah.
I
Lazar
conflated,
has her own sea?
Yeah.
Wow.
sea between Sarluna and Corvair.
I think Luca would have
She's
said
from
that out
Sarluna
loud.
originally. Oh yeah, I can probably have a map out on the table. Map, prophecy, notes, Damon's little ritual note. The Vaelia note. That's
Mhm.
out. My little notes about Damon's writing that I don't understand. All of my cultist notes.
Mhm.
Very important. Now we are dealing in
Very
multiple
important.
cults.
Yep.
I thought
so
you-
that's related.
You take a lot of notes.
We'll keep unpacking notes. What else did I take? So I did a lot of notes about that. I got my like beast book, but that's not relevant right now. Yeah, the mind map isn't relevant now either. I didn't end up chucking that out, did I? Anyway, I think Willow's going to briefly think too. Remember that rock that Damon gave us? That Damon made us get?
Yep.
The little
Pebble.
pebble.
Yeah. Can I do it?
That wasn't anything.
Yeah, but that was certainly something. And I also recall that when we were dueling on the beach, he was like, "Oh, I thought you were smart," when I asked about it. Bitch. So I think Willow's gonna say to you guys also briefly, also if we are signing on with him for contract, there are certain elements of what he says where I am simply trusting fate. In a way, not in those words, but I'm trusting it will make sense eventually, which is sort of like deferring to an idea of fate like thinking. So, and then Willow's going to tap their head now and think about that pebble.
Mhm.
What do I
The
roll?
shiny rock.
Make an Arcana check.
Oh.
I rolled a
You're
1 the first time, so like
Yeah.
It's a lot
It's
from
all
here.
right.
You're like, it's probably something, some spell
Damn it.
or something, but you just can't think of what it would be right now. It's like, it's something. You know, it's
This isn't
probably
what-
like some sort of component or something, but you don't know what for at the moment.
how annoying. Is there any chance I could get advantage on this? Like, how would I
No.
get advantage on this? I just have to ask Damon. I could use my inspiration, but it feels like a waste.
Mm.
Is it a waste?
Up to
I like
you.
using inspiration at like good, like thematically story moments. You know, like I used it
feel
with
like the fact
Aggie.
that Damon freaking goaded me and called me stupid. Is that not reason enough? He didn't call me stupid, but if I don't
This
figure this out, then I am
motherfucker.
calling myself stupid. Whatever. I guess I shouldn't use it. I'm assessing the team.
I feel like there are
Up
better
to
things
you.
you can use it on.
Yeah.
Especially if we're gonna talk to him later today.
Yeah, he might tell us if we ask him point
It's-
blank.
It's not pressing. Like, you can think about the pebble later if you want to.
I guess. Yeah, you're right. I'll do a check on it every day until I figure it out. I'm not even
Have I-
kidding. Okay,
Have I remembered anything today?
I think
Wake up,
what you
remember.
I have to study.
Yeah, you need to
Yeah.
study.
That's your
I don't
favorite thing,
blame
though.
Willow too, because look at their whole table full of notes, and it's like, why can't you remember what a pebble is used for, idiots? It's like, well, I don't know. My brain got fried by a freaking symbiont a week ago, so maybe I'm a bit frazzled.
Yeah.
It was a month ago
Maybe
The
now,
the
world
but
is bigger than my own brain, so I don't necessarily know everything about everything.
You know what? This
Yet.
little frustrated tick that Willow has, like they click their tongue, it's only proving more why it's useful to have Damon around. And in the know, because he knows stuff, and I want to know the stuff he knows. And he also wants to know the stuff we know. So, like, all in all, Willow, with a slight bit of a headache, will say, in conclusion, I just think it would be useful. More to the point, inevitable, I suppose. Working
Well, if you
together
think
anyway.
exactly. We're working together anyway. He's a valuable resource. Having all the cards on the table is arguably the best move. He helps me catch a snapdragon in one way or another. There's really no point in hiding the prophecy from him. Especially if he's gonna stick around long enough to see me take down the rest of them.
And that includes telling him about the, Willow makes a little sleeping hand gesture.
If we want to detail that particular passage, he probably can figure it out on his own. Wasn't he the one who tipped us off to what the tyrant thing meant at all? But yes, if you
yes,
want me to
but-
specifically mention that there's a giant one sleeping under Sharn, we can do that. Maybe that'll scare him off.
No, what I mean is Willow points out on the prophecy write-up that they've written it down, and they're basically saying, can I show this sheet to Damon?
Ah.
And it's right next to the slumbering tyrant. Willow's written, behold her asleep under Shan.
Oh, well, there it is. Yeah, I have some stipulations on my end of the contract to factor in for this particular information, so go ahead.
Does everyone have stipulations in their contract? Luca is sliding the note towards him with a pen.
Well, it tends to be what
Right.
contracts are about. I'm wondering, since we're on the topic of my verse, I'm wondering if a particular part of the verse that talks about the houses, plural, in shadow, I'm like, can I access my Alonzo brain and try to
Ooh.
essentially figure out, is Thorani or any other house? Because this could, I assume that these shadow houses because of the phrasing, but is there, has the Snapdragon infection spread that Alonzo would know of to any of the other houses, essentially?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's why I underlined and I wrote secret, because shadow doesn't necessarily only mean shadow.
Yes.
It's just because we capitalized it.
Okay. What was the thing that we did for your memory dive? I think
We've
it
done a
was-
couple different ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've done it like an intelligence check when it's like a mixture of the memories and N's own kind of extrapolation, and I think we also did Arcana.
Yeah. I think in this case it might be investigation because you're trying to sort of piece together like logic.
Fragments.
My worst one.
Oh.
It's hard.
It is hard. But not
Hey.
easy.
Yes.
So what were you asking again?
The passage, the houses in shadow. I want to know, out of Alonso's memories, does he know of the Snapdragon's influence on any other houses, essentially? What that passage could be referring to when it's using the plural of houses.
Mm-hmm. So you have houses as in dragon marked houses, and you also have houses as in a noble house.
Ooh.
You know for sure that there has been some, at least, incursion or corruption of certain members of Fjarlin.
Mm. Yes.
You can very well guess that there might be intent to bring Thorani in,
Yeah.
or
There might be
members of Thorani in.
Yeah, there's a secondary question kind of on the back of that. I don't know if I can ask two, but yeah, keep going.
You can try and ask.
Yeah, the secondary question, like, don't stop on this information, but the secondary question is basically like, why did Edmund approach Elar and Lydia at the auction?
You don't know that, I'm afraid.
Nothing. Nothing. Well, didn't tell Alonso, huh? Yeah. I always knew he was a small fry. Anyway, continue about the houses.
Yes. So there's that. You also know from your own memories that there were certain members of the nobility of Sharn.
The 60.
Usually, yeah. The 60 houses. That were present, or at least in association with Ilanus.
Yep. I can pull out their names again if you want them.
Yeah. Yeah. So what you do know is that there is a tendency for the Snapdragons to seek out black sheep. And certainly it could be that they have grander designs regarding these houses in shadow, but you don't know for sure whether it's one or the other, or maybe it's ambiguously referring to both. That's the annoying thing about this style of
and there's nothing
writing.
There's nothing in my memory dive that can assist in pointing me in a particular direction on that thought process.
No, I don't think. What you get from Alonso is just confirmation that that you're on the right track of, like, it could be one or the other or both.
Why stop at one when you can have both?
Yeah.
Honestly. Little Alonso on my shoulder, I put him back in the box.
You get nothing, actually. Get dead.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Actually,
Good.
while we're here too, I haven't actually done a history check since the first time we looked at this. Can I do another one?
Sure. What are you looking for? What are you trying to deduce?
What would I be trying to deduce? Let me look. I think. Sorry, I'm rereading it. I guess En's covered the whole Draconic Prophecy bit, like you told me about the Cowden fragments, so there's no point going back into that. Is there? Or is there more to learn from what I know?
I don't think Willow has researched this before.
Yeah, no. Because as we mentioned way back there, I think Draconic Prophecy is kind of like it's a thing I'm aware of, but
wasn't really something of interest.
Guided by it in any particular way. I think Willow might actually do a question about the Blazing Blade part. Because that's one part where I kind of suspected that it was Damon, but I feel like it was under a few different potential misdirections, like Luca mentioning resurrection. in response to
Mhm.
Damon, which I've marked up on this as well.
Mm.
As well as also marked up here is Damon referring to himself disparagingly, which is like because there's a selfish heart thing here,
Mm-hmm.
and Twisted Shade sort of implied like a twin to Willow. But then they're like, was I already just on that wicket anyway? So I'm going to do a probably history check regarding that.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like if I had anything that I would have known about the Seed of Annihilation and all that, then I would have rolled it last time. So
Okay. Yep.
I'll see. And I'll probably roll a 2. 16?
16. Well, so you're sort of trying to figure out if you know anything, any historical knowledge about a blazing blade, if that refers to anything specific, or
also the borders of darkness, because I wrote down is that Mornlands or planar travel. Like those were 2 thoughts that I had about it. Don't know if there's anything else.
That would be a different check. I don't think.
Would I?
If you want to see if it like means anything about planar travel, that would be Arcana. But if you're just trying to dig into like stuff on this plane of existence, it would probably be history. You don't know of anywhere that is specifically referred to as borders of darkness. In literature, like there's no place that has had that like specific phrase written down. Like a lot of it's flowery language in a way that like it could apply to anywhere unknown or dangerous.
Right, yeah.
Is what borders
the
of
word
darkness
border
is.
pings
Yeah.
in my mind as something like a
Yeah.
place. But like
Yeah.
if it's not pinging that place specifically, then no worries.
It's too figurative to be to mean anything overly specific. Like there's like the borders of dark woods, which can sometimes refer to the like really deep forests of Aldine. There's the borders beyond which darkness dwells, which is like sometimes used as a sort of spooky story way to refer to Droam. And of course there's like the darkness of the Mournlands. So nothing pinging specific on that. As for the Blazing Blade comment, there are historical records of swords that are fiery.
Yeah, I remember asking Damon, did you set it on fire? Was there something in your prophecy about a fiery sword? Bill was like,
That's a later conversation.
But Blade can also be a title.
Oh, yeah.
So you're not sure if it's referring to an actual object or if it is referring to a person.
Yeah. Like Inferno Rose.
Yeah. Yeah. On a 16, I'm like, you think of like, okay, well, there's historical records of various fiery swords, but you can't think of anyone that's specifically called that.
Yeah.
Not in the way that like this feels like a title, like a name. It feels like a proper noun of some kind.
Yeah. The Scarlet Prince.
It's me.
Yeah, it is you. How are you doing, by the way? If there's nothing more for me to learn.
Yeah. I think this is all you can get at the moment on a 16.
That's fine.
And you've never seen Damon's sword catch fire, so.
Yet.
So you're not.
Their notes.
But just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it can't happen, you know?
Yeah.
As is Willow's.
Nothing is impossible.
Yeah.
It's not impossible, rather. Some things are,
Yeah.
Anyway. How's Luca?
He's drawing a little sad face next to the tyrant.
Are you writing on my notes?
Yes. You didn't stop me when I said I was bringing it towards me with a pen.
Hear
so
you. I didn't. Willow's looking over to see how you're doing. I don't think they asked, are you writing on my notes? But they see you drawing a little sad face on it, and they might kind of gingerly gesture at you like, I'm going to take that back now.
Yeah.
I slide Luca a blank scrap of paper.
So
Right.
if you are all in agreement and happy with what's on the page to be shared with Damon, then perhaps we can arrange to meet with him this afternoon. Or this morning, whenever.
Fine with me.
We'll give an extra look to Luca, like just checking he is very sure.
Yeah.
I mean, both of you really. This is both very sensitive information.
Yeah, I mean, I think N doesn't look pleased or excited about it, but they don't look like really hesitant. Just like gotta
Okay.
be done.
And you guys agree it's got to be done. Because Willow thinks that, but they're also like quietly absorbing your guys's, like if you guys have any like hang-ups, like, no, you can use this against us. But like Willow's just like, yeah, it's whatever. So like, it's not whatever, but you know, everyone is agreed. We can clink glasses about it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. As you wrap this up, Willow, you receive a little ping from your stone,
Oops.
and the voice of Miraldine appears in your mind. I've got bigger concerns than your barking. You've yet to help or harm me. Arrange a meeting or this is our last conversation, Gil Jenkins.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Or
What do you
dare
mean by
she?
2 out of 3 ain't bad? What do you mean by 2 out of 3 ain't bad?
Oh.
Can you copy that over to me?
Shifter and Jenkins, but
Hmm.
no Willow yet. You okay?
Oh yes, Miraldine responded.
Oh. Well,
Mm.
what's the word?
Jenkins.
Oh, just in time for you to change your last name. How about that? So speaking of her, if I'm not interrupting a very important thought process.
No. Willow just will write down what she said.
Oh, I'm not sure how applicable it is now, but I figured since we're playing a little game with her, I might as well let you know I wasn't entirely honest about everything I read in her mind when I was listening in during the Speak with Dead ritual. It's nothing all that groundbreaking, it was just stuff that felt a little more personal and not important to the conversation at hand. All it really was I heard her consider a couple secondary questions that didn't end up coming up in the actual ritual, which are, as I recall, do you love me, aimed at Tarek, obviously, and do you want to live, aimed at Tarek. I believe those were the only two, Zeke?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Willow gives a little nose wrinkle, like they feel uncomfortable knowing that a little bit, but also at the same time, they did break into her boat, go through her shit, and steal her stuff. So they're not going to, suddenly develop a sense of decency about knowing people's insights. In fact, this kind of gives Willow something new to work with.
And
they were already thinking of it, but...
And doesn't look thrilled either, but, again, gotta be done kind of attitude.
Okay. Willow nods. Well, that might be useful.
Do you have any idea what you plan to do with her, or shall we go meet with one problem and then deal with the next one?
I have ideas, but I'm all out on stones. So I suppose we'll deal with Damon first.
Do you have stones?
Willow shook their sending stone at you on that one.
Ah.
God. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So you head over to the Gold Dragon and Salvage. I'd say it's like late-ish morning now. 10, 11-ish.
Mhm.
Which is just as well. I think you catch Damon in sort of the common room of the Gold Dragon. And he's like, excellent. Well, I've got contracts ready to sign. How are you guys doing?
Good. Before we get into that, I was wondering if you'd like to have a different conversation.
About what?
Willow kind of leans in to whisper, prophecy.
Yeah, we should probably head somewhere else for that.
I know a place.
Oh. Let's go then.
We probably all didn't need to come to this and then walk all the way back, but let's do it.
We're a team.
Why not? Yeah.
We do things that we do everything together now.
Oh
That's
my
the
god.
rule.
Luca says holding hands.
Luca with this
yeah.
object permanence. Like, if Willow leaves my sight, they're not coming with us anymore.
It feels prudent to mention Luca would have held hands as they walked back to the scrap bucket the evening prior.
Oh my god. Willow would not let you. Like, there are so many things
You
that
have no
do,
choice.
Like, they do have a choice. Don't make them regret saying they're going.
You can have a little shoulder tap.
You can link arms for a little while, but like hand holding that whole time.
You gotta work
take
up
it
to that, buddy.
slowly. Yeah.
Save that for
I think
marriage.
Ed's tall enough to link arms with me.
Yeah. There's not that much of a difference in height.
Just like 3 feet, right?
Something like that. Question: when did Varys say he wanted to meet up?
He didn't say.
He didn't
He
say.
Yeah.
He
That's
was
us.
waiting back for. Yeah, it's up to you guys to pick a day.
Question to you guys: when do you think we should do that?
Anytime between
don't
now
know,
and the
eh?
10th.
What's on the 10th? Oh,
We gotta leave.
Rom's looking at me. Storm clouds approaching.
Yeah. Our opportunities to party will be limited.
Oh my god.
The next couple days, we fine.
putting in a formal party ban right now.
My fault. Yeah, I mean, next couple days.
Yeah. Okay, we'll organize that later.
Mhm.
Because we might send back let's just say that we possibly sent back a letter while we're in town.
Yeah.
But
All
we'll
good.
figure out between us what day that is, depending on how everything else falls. I'm
Yeah.
guessing around the 3rd at the moment. The evening
Yeah,
of the
3rd is kind of what I'm feeling too.
Okay.
But
makes
we'll
sense.
see how that ages. We'll see if Miraldine kills me before then.
Okay.
We can fix it if she does.
Yeah. Well, no, she can fix it. Anyway, walking Damon back to Albert.
Okay.
Albert?
He's never gonna let this go.
Zeke.
Yes. So. Yeah.
We can sit outside. I would set my
Yes.
table up outside so that Damon doesn't have to sit in the doors.
Yes.
And it's nice and quiet and private at the lighthouse. Has anyone else
Yeah.
taken up the lighthouse helm?
Yes, there are a couple of people that are working the lighthouse at the moment in shifts. Nobody's like staying permanently unless like the weather is quite bad.
Here it's haunted.
So, Damon says, "What's on the docket?"
Willow checks once more visually with you guys. I imagine I'm sitting across from him and we're all kind of like in a semicircle around the table on his opposite. Yeah, before Willow slides that same note over to him.
Okay.
open the job.
Takes it and reads it.
Actually, I will specify too. I think because it's kind of warm out, Willow's wearing their jacket over their shoulders right now. Yeah, just so we know.
How long are their sleeves?
They might have. The sleeves are still bundled up, so the same.
Can we see the
Oh wait, the
tattoos?
sleeves underneath. No, they're still
Yeah.
wearing their working clothes. They're like the other sprite.
Okay.
Also, their armor. So same as always.
Okay. Look, I just wanted something else to focus on.
Yeah, Damon reads over the words. It says, "Good to know."
It.
I rolled an insight to see what his reaction to that was. I got 13.
Yeah. He seems very calm and just seems to be processing the information.
Sarah wants to roll insights, but Luca wouldn't.
Okay.
So we.
Huh. Looks like you've got quite a lot on your plate there.
According to a hag. You remember the one, don't you?
Yeah, I remember you mentioning her.
Well, and just your sleeper. Here's the full story.
Yeah. Well, I've dabbled a bit in the study of prophecy.
Does anything jump out at you about this one in particular?
Well, if it's about you three, it looks like you've got quite a bit of destiny stacked on your plates. I'm afraid I don't have a clause for destiny in my contract. But this is interesting. Would you like me to look into it at all?
Willie sort of laughs in a. They didn't know that this didn't count as asking him to look into it, like handing him the note. Willow will probably double back a little. Okay, let me ask. What does asking you to look into it entail?
Well, researching, seeing if I can't corroborate or elucidate any of these details. Looks like you've got some pretty solid theories so far.
Does it cost? Willow says, laughing a little because of the last time that, basically, does this count as work?
I'll consider it as, part of my side of the contract, if you're interested in this information. Seems pertinent.
It does. Willow glances at you both to confirm whether you guys are happy to let him dig.
Yep, and gives a shrug and gestures at Damon like, might as well, even though I'm decently confident in mine, but I won't say no to any further information.
Alright then. Cool. I'll do that then. Can I keep this?
Can I say that
For
Willow would have had a
reference?
copy?
Yeah, sure.
Because that makes more sense.
Willow seems the time to make copies.
I literally wrote out 3 versions of my testimony to bring her, so yeah.
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 I will
Yeah,
say,
Willow nods.
if Willow glanced at Luca, they might be able to tell that he's not comfortable with it.
Comfortable with what?
Damon digging, at least for him. It's one thing to have. It's kind of like, at least for him, it's kind of like what Damon was gonna do for Willow.
Willow will glance at Luca. If there are certain... One moment, Willow will gesture and turn to Luca. If there are bits that you would like him not to investigate, then that is also okay. Like, we can do that as well.
Luca nods.
Are you sure? Answers may help you. No pressure.
Can always change our mind later.
Hmm. Yeah. Yes. I'm sure.
Yes? You don't want him to?
Mm.
Willow will turn back to Damon. Is it possible to omit one of the verses?
Sure.
Or rather, omit your investigations into it?
Sure. I mean, that's why I was asking.
Sure, yes. Okay. That's fine. Willow looks again at N just to make sure. But we are otherwise...
And nods.
Okay.
All right. Pulls out a pen and makes a little note on his copy to not look into Luca's passage, or the passage that you suspect is about Luca.
Mm.
All right, then. Folds it up, brings out a folder with 3 copies of his contract. Here's my paperwork for you guys.
I have some for you as well.
Oh boy.
Oh, don't get too excited.
Regular staff meeting.
I'm gonna pull out a single paper and slide it across to Damon, which has some of their terms. And I don't know if you want me to read those out or what you want me to do with them, but...
Either. Let me show you the contract
Yes.
so that you guys can read.
Oh, good.
If
I'm a
anybody
lawyer.
wants to read those out.
I don't see anything.
Mine is blank.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oops,
just
did I
says
put it
Damon's
in-
contract.
Oh, I put it in the wrong section. Hold on a sec.
Uh-oh.
It's invisible
I put
ink.
it in-
This is your first test. There we go.
Blank pages. Oh, wait, did
Try
it-
refreshing it. Try refreshing.
Yeah, now I see it now.
Whoa.
Oh.
Okay.
I've lost it. Oh no, I had to. I
It's
refresh
there,
roll 20.
okay.
I'll be back.
Play it.
It's in player info.
I'm coming.
Oh, sweet baby Jesus, it's all...
Legalese.
It's...
Very
yeah.
official.
Wait, where is it? Let me get to it. Oh god.
If somebody would like to read
Yeah,
it
we can
out
read it
loud
while you're
while-
getting to it.
Okay, I found it. I found it.
Okay, well, N's got their own contract too, so, like, how do we do this? Sarah, you can start?
Mhm.
Contract in summary. This contract defines the terms and conditions of ongoing employment of the Odds and Ends Mercenary Company, the signers, for irregular commission-based mercenary work on behalf of Damon Ardantego, the employer. This contract is in effect from date of signing and available for renegotiation and or termination at any point when both parties are able to meet in person. Should either party be unable to fulfill the terms of the contract will be considered suspended until further in-person negotiations. Terms of contract for the employer. Competitive rates of commission. Hell yeah. The employer will provide competitive rates of pay in comparison to dragon-marked houses or other such institutions for the mercenary work requested. As baseline, signers can expect each assignment to provide payment for comfortable lifestyle for minimum of 1 month. Minimum? Does-
Because eyes widening of minimum.
Yeah, does that mean he's going to give us a month's worth of pay for one mission?
Well, yeah, took us
Depends
a
on
month
the-
to do the last
Yeah.
mission.
Depends on the job. But that's the minimum. That's the baseline.
Yeah, that's minimum, not
So,
maximum.
yeah, like if we do a job over like 14 hours, he will pay us for a month's worth of work.
I suppose that's kind of an indicator of what jobs he's expecting to send us on.
Okay, fair. Okay. Yeah.
He's not just gonna send us on a piddling little monster hunt. I don't think so.
Hey, mercs that have waited 4 months to get on my case. You guys can go kill this Zorn. It'll take a day.
Can you guys deliver
I'll
this
pay you for a
package for
month.
me?
Yeah.
Give me a sandwich.
There's a
You're
bird
interns
outside
now.
my window. Yeah.
I'm feeling peckish. Can you guys run down to the local CVS?
Anyone want to get me a macchiato or something?
Yeah, so not
Okay.
that.
I guess I understand. Okay. Cost of maintenance coverage. The employer will provide a sufficient stipend to cover the costs of maintenance, equipment, travel, accommodation, healing, etc., incurred by the mercenary assignments completed by the signers. Honesty and transparency regarding tasks. Oh, good. The employer will endeavor to provide adequate and accurate information regarding the mercenary assignments that are demanded of the signers, in particular relating to any hazards that may be encountered during the job. Note, should it be discovered that the employer did not provide adequate and accurate information regarding hazards encountered directly as a result of the assignment, the signers are entitled to demand compensation and or renegotiation of the contract.
Should I read the rest?
If you
Ed
like.
reads- Well, how
Go for
long
it.
is yours, End? Because I just realized yours.
Oh, it's much shorter. Don't worry. It's like 2 paragraphs. It's
You wanna-
just N like putting their foot down about some stuff, and it's kind of
Oh,
half covered
okay.
here too. So just go.
Yeah, that's why I was
Yes,
saying
yes.
read the contract and then see what is missing.
Yeah. So I'll continue with this one then.
If you like.
Terms of the contract for the signers. Completion of the assignment. The signers will endeavor to complete any and all assigned mercenary work given by the employer to the best of their ability. In exchange, they will receive the payments and stipends detailed above within this contract. Priority of assignment. The signers will give preference to any assigned mercenary work given by priority. What? Given by the employer to the best of their ability. Time-sensitive assignments will be considered highest priority to the signers. Should a time-sensitive assignment not be completed within the deadline due to negligence of the signers, the employer has the right to decline certain privileges outlined by the contract, such as a stipend. Should a time-sensitive assignment not be completed through no fault of the signers, no such punishment is due. Instead, adequate documentation of the extenuating circumstances will allow the signers to collect their typical cost of maintenance stipend. My gosh!
I was
we just
attacked by a
happened
cult.
to die.
I was attacked by a cult. I couldn't finish the job, and I still get paid.
I turned into a cow. Can I go home?
Right?
I have a doctor's
I was-
note,
I was dead for 2 weeks.
and I just
Is that
show
okay?
Damon a piece of paper with my blood on it.
Oh my god.
Basically,
Yeah.
it was I was in the hospital.
Yeah.
I can't do this. It's like yeah,
Because like,
okay.
hi, I died again.
Yeah, I lost the other arm too, so like, can
my
I
God.
get a
It's
new
been a
one?
week.
Documentation of costs and maintenance. To receive the above outlined costs of maintenance, the signers will keep accurate ledgers of the expenses incurred by the assignments. Inaccurate or fraudulent documentation may lead to the employer withdrawing the stipend intended for cost of maintenance.
Please
Right
don't.
of
I think we have-
refusal. Eh?
Please don't
make note of what would-
swindle.
Oh yeah, of course.
Good thing we have an accountant with us.
Right of Rom, do you want to read the last two since yours isn't long?
Sure.
Yeah.
Right of refusal. Should the signers object to an assignment given, they are given the right to refuse an assignment with adequate explanation for said refusal. In this case, the employer may seek to alter the conditions of the assignment to allow for further negotiation, thus potentially changing the refusal to an acceptance of the assignment by the signers. Right of termination of the contract. Should the signers feel that the employer has insufficiently honored the contract or that they are incapable of completing further assignments, they maintain the right to terminate the contract. Such a termination should be negotiated in person with all parties. This contract has been ratified by a House Civis notary and is considered legally binding.
But is it magically binding?
No.
No? Okay.
What is more magic than the legal system?
It certainly is arcane and eldritch in its nature.
Yes. Confusing and sometimes badly written. Okay, does N want to share first before I ask Damon questions? Probably. So Damon can be reading while
Yeah,
Or
it's
you gotta
pretty
alter.
it's pretty short. It's just N basically kind of reiterating some of the things here with a little bit of extra juice.
Mhm.
Yeah, so what N has basically written down in their paper, and this is not as official as Damon's, but it's just like this is my paperwork that I did in my basement.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, in summary, it might be a bit longer in like actual physical form. But what I wrote is, in exchange for my services for the duration of our contract, you agree to be open to requests that assist me on my mission to cease the operations of the cult that kidnapped me. I will not ask you to enter combat situations, put yourself in danger, or harm others on my behalf. Instead, I might call on your research abilities, knowledge, connections, or, if absolutely necessary, protection. Any risky business will be discussed frankly and remain above board. I expect the same from you. Failure to inform the other party of known danger is grounds for immediate renegotiation of the contract. I have the right to refuse usage of my skills or powers at any time. I extend that right to you as well. Refusal of assistance will not break the contract. Continuous refusals that result in an imbalance of service may be grounds for renegotiation. In addition, anything I tell you about my operation remains confidential between us, as does my powers, and my identity. This is not only for my safety, but for yours. We can discuss exceptions to this rule as they arise. If you must name me without consultation, default to Castor or Audrey. Breaking of these terms will result in immediate suspension of my services and require renegotiation of our contract. And is going to message at the end of that, to Damon specifically. And one special stipulation. Please have Risha or someone keep an eye on that casino in Sharn. If anything happens to that place or its proprietor, I hear about it. You can refuse any other request, but that is one of my non-negotiable conditions.
Damon replies back to the message, saying, I think I can agree to all of those terms. What say we sign that one separately so you don't have to worry about others seeing this?
And gives a little nod.
Oh. Well then, Damon says out loud. Any other questions?
I have a question for Zeke. Basically, everything in here, while Willow didn't mention the whole thing about, like, if I don't agree with it, I won't do it, I feel like it's kind of outlined in a fair way in here.
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah, like, the sabotage clause is kind of written, unwritten in the background there. Of, like, yeah, I can disagree, so it's not like I'm in any forced position of affiliation.
No, this is an agreement. This is a mutual agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
Much
the
like-
non-disclosure agreement with Brina.
Yeah.
There isn't enough here that makes me feel like I'm being locked in, really.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
It's like it's a written promise, basically.
Yeah.
Mm.
Which is essentially
like,
what ends
yes,
is, especially.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is Luke? Is Luca gonna say anything?
No, I don't think he will.
Is he looking like he's gonna sign?
I think he's looking at the two of you.
Okay, I think before Willow even like picks up their pen, they're probably going to mention mention to Damon, when can we expect to see you next?
Well, I couldn't say. I'm planning on heading back to Regalport and chartering passage on a ship sailing south in the next few days.
South, where you headed?
Kibara.
Nice. Question to Zeke, is there a House Orion related thing in Kubara?
Yes. I mean, the houses are in most of the places, so.
Where's that? Oh, is it because Ryga was he there
Yeah.
to talk with House Orion?
Ryger was doing trade run with House on behalf of House Orion there, yes.
Oh, okay.
What you know is in Kubara is Dragon Shard mines.
Hmm. Can I do any kind of check to see, or do I just have to ask him?
What do you want to know?
Oh, why he's going to Kibara?
You don't
General
know.
knowledge things. Don't know? Okay, never mind. Little nod.
What are you
And after
doing
that-
there?
Oh,
Getting into some contacts, maybe do a little bit of business, some trade.
do you trade?
Songbirds.
Whatever he can find, if the auction is any indication.
Uh, fishing lures, right?
Maybe. I'll just have to see what I find.
So no clear answer on when we'll see you next.
Yeah,
You're
I'll
heading...
keep you posted on what my mailing address is.
Yeah, if you're heading to Kubaran, we're heading Karnath. That's kind of in the opposite direction, so...
Yeah.
Might be a while.
When's your birthday?
Pardon?
When do you celebrate your birth? When is your birthday?
Zeke has not considered this.
Oh,
Willow coming out with the difficult questions, I see.
Yeah. I think you can see Damon is clearly surprised by this.
Mm.
Let me quickly look at the calendar.
if you want to give it like a significant time, then I don't know how we talk our way out of that one. He did talk his way out of not naming his brother too.
I mean, if you just don't want to pick one now, you could say that he tells us, and you can pick a date later.
No, because then Willow's conversation will be based around how far away it is.
You always make things difficult, don't you, Mr. Cordovan?
Is Luca saying that out loud?
No.
Oh, okay. Just double checking.
1st of Aerith.
Oh. Well, I was going to say we could meet before then, but that's a while off.
Oh, maybe we will.
I like birthday parties.
I'm sure you do, Luca.
Wait, I'm just going to quickly bring up my calendar. Aerith is...
A few
Equivalent
months
of
away.
November.
It's near the end of the
November.
year.
How dare
Yeah.
you make him a Scorpio?
He might not
I
be a
gave him
Scorpio.
my birthday.
How dare you make him one of us?
You're the
So
only one who has a
1, 2,
problem with this.
3, 4 birthdays away? 4 months away, sorry.
4 birthdays away.
4 birthdays away.
What happened? Like, I
Sorry,
know
my
Willow's
brain.
birthday's incoming. Who else?
Yeah. Who are the other 3?
Wait
You
and
find a friend for
see.
everyone. Okay. Willow will nod. How about if all else fails? We'll try to get together before your birthday.
Or on
Sure.
your birthday.
Have a party about it.
Why not?
The big 4-6. I don't know.
How old are you?
45.
Oh. I
That
thought you were
makes
just
sense.
guessing.
Well, every
Well, perfect guess if that's the case.
Yeah.
every age is an age to celebrate. Means you got through another year, so that's grounds to celebrate regardless.
Cool. I
We
think
can
while
find
you're
you a boyfriend.
Oh my god. If Luca is Luca saying that out loud?
No.
Okay.
that's just Sarah being silly. While you're saying this, I think Damon has signed N's contract and handed it back to them.
Right. No. Then we'll accept that and sign Damon's contract in kind. Tit for tat.
Yep.
Slide
We
that
each
on
get a
over.
copy, and Damon gets one as well, and
Does Damon have a really fancy signature?
it's pretty fancy.
I'm like,
Oh.
did Damon have the contract printed on one of those fancy sheets that like transfers your signature onto the other copy underneath?
No. I think you have to manually sign each and every one
God,
of them.
I can't get shit in this house.
Hey, I'm curious. Would I sign this as? Who would I sign this as?
Your
His
choice.
party that his handwriting is bad. His signature is ugly.
Have you seen the contract he wrote up? I don't think it is.
Oh,
And probably
God, I don't
signed
know
it
if I'm
Audrey
going- Nah,
Whistler
you know what?
because that's the
Jinx.
name they used for the odds and ends company, and that's also one of the names
Yeah.
they're like saying if you've got to name me someone else, use Audrey
Yeah.
or Caster. So like it makes sense for
Yeah.
the other documentation of the odds and ends to use Audrey. So
Yep.
Yeah, and speaking of, for Willow, Jenkins is one of my most documented names. So,
Yeah.
and also, I think Willow gets a little bit like a eat when they sign Jenkins because technically they wouldn't be signing this right now if not for the Jenkins drop.
Yep.
Lucas signs Luca comes.
Because that's the only fucking name I got.
all these
Yeah.
motherfuckers with
Yeah.
like a whole basket full of names, and then Luca here
Well,
with a
I wish
single
I had
egg.
secret identities.
I've
Yeah.
got half a name. I don't even have a surname, really.
Your life is a secret identity.
Secret from even myself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Poor boy. All good then?
Oh, good.
Guess so.
You're looking a little bit pouty there, Luca.
Am I?
Just kind of a slight furrow to your brow.
My signature is ugly.
Well, can always renew the contract.
When I have a name to go with it.
Here's hoping.
What is the stone for? You never told us.
Hopefully it'll help us figure something out in the future. I've got something in mind for it.
But you know what it is, right? You didn't just get a random rock?
It's a very special kind of random rock.
Right. Signs the paper again, slowly. His probably takes the longest to do.
Well,
Slides it to Damon.
when you've all finished signing, Damon takes a little leaf through, hands you your copies, and straightens them up and says, "Well, looking forward to working with you."
With or
When
over? Sorry.
no such thing as looking over.
Oh
Otherwise
wait,
I
that
wouldn't have signed
means a bad thing, doesn't it?
Generally, yes.
it. Mm.
Looking forward to working with you, Damon or Ardantego. And is gonna offer a hand for a handshake.
He shakes your hand.
Before that, real quick, Willow's going to ask, when are you leaving exactly?
Next few days. Haven't booked my passage yet, so I don't really know exactly.
I would like to
You
make
good, Willow?
I'm so fine. It's fine.
Sorry, it's me. What's Willow's deal right now? What's Willow's deal right now?
Willow's trying to figure out how to be like, hey, we checking a farewell party, we seeing you off. It's very hard to, hey, did you have anything at fucking all to say about the prophecy that I just shared with you? We just shared with you? anything? My birthday's in like 7 days. Do you want to have a party? It's like, this is just a lot of stuff.
Oh,
I'm
honey
sitting there
bun.
like, hi, when you're going, can I make any fanfare about this at all? Or are you too cool for all of that? You know what I mean? I'm just getting itchy. So like, yeah, it's Damon's giving such an incredible like, see you later then. See you in a couple months. Not like I've been spending the past like, fucking month, talking with you guys every second day. It's not like you sort out my company every second day when you were feeling scared and stuff. It's just this big like, I don't know how to put this into words. Chances are this opportunity is just gonna slide on by, and I don't know how to deal with it. Anyway, but you don't get all of that. What you mainly get, sorry, that was partly Mim just screaming.
Got his benefit.
What you mainly get from Willow is, do I offer to see him off, or is that too forward? Do we do a party, or does nobody else want that? Am I the only one facilitating this? That kind of thing.
Do you want to see him off?
What are you, my shoulder angel? Willow? Yeah, of course
no.
I want to see it. They don't want to, but they don't as well because they don't really like farewells very much.
Hmm.
You just see this like perplexed like look on Willow's face where they're like false starting. That dog barking is also very in my mood. Like
I'm sorry. That's
no,
Willow's
it's,
brain.
it's right.
There's a
Willow's
dog
brain
in
just
salvage
like-
right now, just
Hopefully we wouldn't
Absolutely
Lighthouse
count.
has a
hog
new dog.
wild.
yeah.
Yeah, barking at crabs.
Why don't you let us know when you're leaving and we'll take you out to lunch?
Sure.
Or dinner. Or breakfast.
Depends when you're leaving.
Or midnight snacks.
We're very flexible.
Sure, I'll let you know.
I have a friend in Salvage who spends most of the time out, at the nighttime. So, not Salvage, Regalport.
It's Willow nods and hands back the contract. Sounds like a plan.
As I said, I like parties, so it's like a beau voyage. Beau vinage.
Don't worry about it.
Hmm.
France doesn't exist in Eberron.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't correcting you. I was like, I don't think
Maybe
this is
in on
canon
the- it is.
accurate.
Yeah.
It's an on dare phrase.
And it is beau voyage. Okay.
Yeah. Cool.
Team building lunch.
Damon gives you all a handshake.
Yeah.
Nods.
Willow, he gives you a double hands shake.
What is
Oh.
that? Other hand over the top.
Yeah.
You know what, bitch? I would like to beat him to it.
Okay.
Roll for handshake.
No, Willow's head's down, but they clearly have closed the other hand over the top. They're thinking of the first time in Salvage when he shook their hand. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, shake his hand over the top before he can manage to get there. Fuck you. And yeah.
Well, he puts his hand over your hand.
No. Then wait, if my hand's over. Oh wait, he still has a free hand.
Yeah.
Double
Yeah.
hands.
There's so many hands. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Willow's like, here, I'm doing it. And he's like, okay, I'm doing it too. Willow's like, I need to let go of your hand right now.
I'll put my hand on so you have a third hand.
Luca reaching over Damon, like my shoulder. No, okay.
He like detaches his arm and then pulls it around.
Oh my God. No, okay. I will say,
No.
jokes aside. Jokes aside, Willow does linger with that for a second, but then can't like look at him still. So it's like, nod, back off.
Willow, make a perception check.
Perception.
Actually, no. You would just feel this. Damon like gently squeezes your hand.
Nah.
before letting go.
Okay. Oh, fuck it. I'm insight checking. I can guess, but
Hey!
You have a sneaking suspicion this is the closest Damon is able to give you a hug of any kind.
why?
It's emotionally constipated. I thought you'd understand this.
Not that part. Why are you giving me a hug?
Oh.
Because you seem cut up about him leaving.
That's embarrassing. Ugh.
Yeah, emotional constipation. Here it is, folks.
Yeah.
All
Fucking
around.
embarrassing.
It's like, wow, I might miss you. How embarrassing. Be normal.
Never.
You or him? Is he missing you or just Willow?
I'm
That's the
talking about
embarrassing
Willow.
part, isn't it?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Willow will pat his hand. If they feel that little squeeze and incite that, it's like a haha. Yeah. Back away, hands in pockets. Nod. See you for your farewell lunch, breakfast, dinner, midnight snack.
Sure. See you around. Yeah. Damon will head off. Back in Regalport, we see a carriage pull up to the Silver Dancer with Miraldine inside, and a long case be brought in, handled very carefully at her command, and moved into her personal quarters. A couple of staff from the Blessed Wing Hospital, dressed down in ordinary clothes, come with her. She opens up the case, and inside is the comatose figure of Tarek Elham. The orderlies help move him carefully into the bed. And Miraldine dismisses them. She briefly goes back out and talks to someone. A new private physician that she's hired. A dragon-marked halfling with the mark of healing. She exchanges a writ. Looks like a check of some sort. Halfling nods their head, says, "I'm at your service, ma'am." Miraldine says, "It's Captain."
Girl.
A little bit of time passes, and Miraldine returns to her cabin. We see the eyes of Tarek sort of slowly fluttering. See him stirring. Miraldine is immediately at his side. Holds his hand. He says, "Where am I?" Miraldine says, "Shh, shh, shh, shh. It's all right, darling. You've had a bad turn, and let's just say that I'd rather have you close at hand. You're on board the Silver Dancer." Says, "Ah. I've had the strangest dreams." Aldine says, "I can only imagine. There's a doctor aboard. We'll take good care of you, all right?" We see Tarek open his eyes properly for the first time. Slight bit of scarring on his face. Almost blend in with the crow's feet around his eyes. He looks at Miraldine. 2 golden meet 1 blue. Concerned and weary. He looks like he is recovering from a long illness. Miraldine laces her fingers with his hand. Bends down and kisses his eyelids. You're safe now, darling. And we leave that scene.
I think I know where I want to come back to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you do you?
I think I maybe do. I think
Yeah.
I would like to talk with N at least, but Luke is also allowed to be around. It depends. Maybe you want to be doing something on my boat while I talk to N, or I could visit you guys. I could talk to N at the Poppy. You do need to probably go back and work.
We could talk in the Poppy while Luke is puttering around.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah, I'll visit later in the afternoon after I do my own work too. I think Willow would have needed to do their own work to get the embarrassed flush out of
Yeah.
their mind from like the
Yeah.
Damon convos. So I
Mhm.
needed a full day at work, and I'll come back to you guys after. And
Sure. Let's say
I think
it's
we'll-
late afternoon, early evening.
I can sit with N in the garden where it's private.
Yeah.
And I'm going to place the sending stone on the table between us probably and say, so, Miraldine,
So, Miraldine.
if I may, Willow makes the gesture of like talk aloud to you in your presence.
I'm here, aren't I?
Take that as a yes. Okay, so I do believe that Miraldine is on her way out. I mentioned last message. Did I tell you my last message to her?
I don't think Willow did.
Sorry, I'm not that great at keeping tabs on like Willow's literally not good at keeping tabs on what everyone knows about what they've been doing.
That's fine. That's fair.
Yeah, Willow will find the last thing that they wrote, which was what exciting news is that where the Silver Dancer wait, is that the one? Yes. Is that where the Silver Dancer is headed next? Tarek in tow. I hope I haven't chased you out. I could help. Yes. To which she responded with this one earlier today. Aren't you? Oh, no, sorry. I have made a mistake. I responded to her. Clever. Good morning, clever captain. Right, yes. Seems you're on my tail, yet I'm the mystery. But it was a nothing statement, you see. And then she responded, obviously taking that nothing statement to mean, hurry up, otherwise I'm leaving. I haven't explained anything. Far out.
Watching you try to explain this, looking at the notes you slid across the table.
Yeah, gesticulating wildly is such a good word for how Willow tries to like pick their thoughts out.
Okay.
Willow's going to put both hands up to you. I promise I have a plan. One moment, let me just. What I'm trying to say is
And
that I
gestures
have
with the paper, like, yeah, okay.
I have evidently measured the timing of this quite well. Yes, it seems that she is going where I suspect, and she probably is taking Tarek as I suspect, either in part because of what you have said to her as Audrey, everything else that has happened in Regalport, and also the budding truth of her problems, which I don't want to flatter myself, but might be in part because I'm hassling her regarding them.
A lot of reasons to skip town, that's for sure.
All this to say that I do believe it's time for me to meet her in person. However, I do have an additional secret weapon I could use. I don't want to put it that way. I have no intention of, well, if I wanted to sink her ship, I would have already, yes? She doesn't seem to catch that. Between the lines, I suppose that my reputation is anonymous at the moment, so she doesn't know that I could have sunk her ship. She thinks I'm a burglar. Probably should have. What I'm trying to say is that I would like to meet with her, but I think that you should come along.
All right. Are we talking about a meeting above board, or you want me off to the backstage?
Willow tilts the head slightly at the wording, but then nods. Backstage would be. I don't want to say it like that, considering the baggage you have around backstage, but covertly. I think if I meet her in a public place where she is less likely to attack me, then again, she is also probably less likely to speak freely. However, if I lead her in certain directions, then perhaps you could read her mind.
You're on the same wavelength as me. That's what I was thinking I would do. Your permission. With your permission, I'm happy to dip into her thoughts again. I've done it before, so...
At the moment, I am comfortably middle of the road. Well, no, I am distinctly a threat, but I haven't leaned this way or that in terms of overt threats, other than that which she can sort of infer from context. For example, I snuck onto your boat, and I know your secrets. But other than that, I think that I could probably meet with her in person. As for you being covert, of course you have your changeling powers, or I could cast invisibility on you.
Right, you have that. And that's something you can put on other people. Oh, meta question.
Yeah.
If one, can Willow make other people invisible? Is that a thing invisibility allows?
Yes.
And two,
Yes.
in this particular instance, would me casting Detect Thoughts nullify that? Because I know...
Yes.
Yeah. So I would have to cast Detect Thoughts before I turn in. I'm given invisibility if we wanted to go that route, or not cast Detect Thoughts at all while invisible.
Yep.
Question, how long does the Detect Thoughts last for?
10
minutes.
Never mind. My invisibility can last up to an hour, so I think partly Willow forgets that that's not like an innate skill for you, because your eyeball... Is that fair, like a oversight for Willow to make?
Yeah, I mean, you're not in the machinations, so... And Mike kind of pointed out, like, I do have to cast the Detect Thoughts. I have other mind abilities, specifically. I have one that's not technically... doesn't technically have the same behavior of a spell, but it's me speaking to you. And like, does me speaking to you in your head using their awakened mind.
Well, I'd like you to stay out of Miraldine's head if that's...
Yes, that would kind of defeat the purpose.
Yes.
Unless I want to try to make myself a voice in her head, an outside influence, but somehow I think she's a bit too sharp for that.
No, I think we've done enough with the mental torment of Miraldine Frostroot. We should keep it above board. Well, above sea level for now.
That's one way to phrase it, speaking of phrasing.
Yeah. Willow's kind of laughs and then like sits down and says, well, invisibility isn't really your style anyway. You can blend invisibly into the background, though that does define what sort of place we would meet at. I was considering the auction hall, but now it might be a bit too obvious.
Oh, depends what face I wear.
I don't know how busy they are to justify us.
Think Miraldine knows the entirety of the staff or the patrons of the auction hall?
Willow shakes the head. What they mean more so is like, you know, when you go to a place on like a quiet day and there's clearly no one else there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, is it better to meet up at, for example, a place to eat? I wouldn't mind taking her to a place to eat, like the Blue Lobster, but, you know,
would N's previous experience with the Grand Auction Hall kind of give them an idea of its, like, general busyness?
Yeah, it should be back to operating as normal, and it is usually busy most of the day, except for, like, public holidays and that sort of thing.
Yeah, so N might explain that to you, like, I've visited before, obviously. I knew Chassis, so
yeah. Yeah, well, they had that little pause of mentioning the auction hall because they're like, eat. Last time we were there, Tassie. They give that little like face, and I think when they say that, they might mention, or alternatively, for the themes of it all, I was considering taking her to the Blue Lobster, where we took Varys.
Oh, it's got thin enough walls. I probably wouldn't even need to be in the establishment to get to her. And taps their head. Depending on where you're sitting.
You could sit at a nearby table. Wherever is most likely to let you... Oh, I see. Pardon me, still adjusting to your
You and me both. Fact of the matter is, wherever you decide to set up this little meeting, I can make myself flexible and evasive.
And somewhere where the rat catchers would be less likely to overhear. I was hoping you could also keep an eye out for them. Any that you might see, I will as well, but...
That might be a bit difficult, but as long as we're not meeting at the Port Authority, I think we have a slightly better chance of avoiding their attention. Besides, are we not kind of weeding out a rat? The rat catchers catch us, I'll just tell them I'm doing my job.
It's part of my thinking as well, however, I would prefer not to immediately flush her out. All things considered. More fate's tied to her than just her own.
Not going to run to them with this information. I have my own fish to fry with the rat catchers, and I'm not particularly interested in getting them involved if we don't need them. But I'm also perfectly fine handing this Miraldine lead off to them if we have other things to chase. All that is to say, I've only met one of the rat catchers, and she was in disguise for the majority of times I did have contact with her. So I can't really guarantee that. I feel like they're everywhere, but obviously I'm not going to try to get caught by anyone.
We'll probably go on to say, I suppose what I mean is, keep an eye out for other watchful eyes.
Always do.
Yeah, we'll sit back. That sounds like the rough thereabouts of the plan. Does that work? I'm actually leaning towards a blue lobster now.
Sounds good to
I
me.
do like revisiting locations.
He's fun, yeah.
Yeah. No, and I wanted to take her someplace where we have to eat. So yeah.
Pray tell why.
Shrugs. Well, it's not going to be too easily overheard though. Yeah, no, because I talked to Varys about like elementals and shit there. So like,
Yeah, and En knows the layout, so like En can
Yeah.
also position themselves adequately. What you've tasked
you can sit
them
at
with.
another table.
Yep. And just like, if
Yeah,
I can just
like
be
that's what I was
outside, that makes it so much easier to cast the spell without being noticed. Because otherwise, En has to like hide it or step away and come
Right,
back,
yeah,
or cast it before we walk in or something to ensure that it will not be detected, which is what I generally like to do if I can manage it. But
Yeah,
in this
well-
case, En can literally like go to the bathroom and come back, so that's
Yep.
not a
So
huge,
true.
not a huge hurdle.
Yep.
If it's all the same to you as well, because you have so many angles on how you can be air quotes invisible in a place, like with your many faces.
Now that we're not dealing with
and you'll-
Nothics and mind readers, I've got a bit more flexibility. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I also think like Willow would probably sketch out like from where we were last time. We kind of sat in a place that overlooked the sea. Tends to be that places that overlook the sea also have like ledges, like, you know, like it's at the ledge at the edge of the natural space. So like you could possibly, if you wanted, if Willow sits, for example, here, and they point at this position, then you could sit outside here. Like it's just kind of that sort of discussion between us.
Yeah.
I think our first little plot. And Luca can feel free to come back because I do have something in mind for you as well.
Yeah.
I'll bring out
think
some
let's-
snacky.
Yeah. I think before we bring Luca into the scene, Luca, do you want to have a little chatty chat with Seeker Elsa?
Yeah. Helping her tidy up and stuff from the day's work.
Yes.
Probably
Yes.
chatting about work
Yeah.
things
Yeah.
for the time being.
Did you sleep over at Willow's again last night?
We did. We ended up going to the Quail and having a few drinks.
Sounds nice.
Yeah, they gave us some news.
Oh?
Luca's making that face of like, do you want to ask me, don't you? Please ask me.
What did they tell you?
That they have decided that they will be traveling with us from in the future.
Oh, that's excellent. Though, I thought that was already a given.
Pardon?
I thought that was always going to be the case. Wasn't
Luke is
it?
making that face that where he like sucks in his lip and his eyes are kind of big and he's like, excuse me? What? No, when we first asked them, they said that they were traveling elsewhere so that they wouldn't be. Lucas squints at Secret Elsa. Why did you think they?
Well, because you're all very good friends and you all seem to care very much for each other, and Willow is very much in the spirit of helping.
Yeah, but I could say the same for you, and you're not traveling with us.
Well, I have obligations here. And I'm a bit older than you all.
That's, But squinting at her like she's been keeping this a secret from me.
I just assumed because, well, you all have been so close. I mean, admittedly, I don't know what you three talk about in private, but it just seemed like that's how it would go. I'm happy to hear that it's confirmed at least.
I think he puts his hands on her shoulders and like gently shakes her a little bit. You've been keeping secrets from me.
No, I thought you knew.
I did not. Seems like
Aw.
everyone but me knew, apparently.
Did you assume that because they didn't say yes, they were saying no?
Well, they said no, but that was a few months ago. But, you know, they said no, so...
Well, perhaps they just weren't ready to say yes yet. At that time.
Apparently. And everyone else noticed when they did, except me. Gives her a face. Like, you've betrayed me.
She sort of gives a little chuckle and pats your head.
Well, it was surprising to me, and I didn't really get it, but I think I do now, and I'm excited to have someone else with me.
Excellent.
We saw Damon today. What did you think of him?
Well, he seems like an upstanding young man, and certainly seems like he would be a reasonable employer.
Look up a bit of a face. Upstanding.
Was there something I missed?
He said some things that upset some people, so I was a little bit on the fence about whether he was so upstanding.
Well, did he apologize?
I don't know. But the person seems all right with him, so they probably reconciled in some way.
Then at least he is responsible for his own actions, even if they were unintentional. You'd know a thing or two about that, wouldn't you? Seeker also pinches your cheek.
Look, his face is scrunched up like he's been hurt by that. Yeah, you got me. Maybe that's why I was hesitant. Since I know how much of a problem it can be firsthand.
Well,
Speaking
we
of...
can only each do our best. Yes?
I ended up using the stuff for the soup yesterday.
Yes.
So now I don't know what to cook for my Mukumega's face, my secret plan.
Ah, well. How about a cake?
They do like cake. I was wanting a meal though. What? Do you remember what you made for me the first night I was here?
Oh, that was quite a while ago now. Let's see if I can remember.
I was in a bit of a daze.
I think it was potato and vegetable fritters of some kind.
Do you feel like teaching me how to make those?
Oh, certainly. It's no trouble.
I think that will be good. That and a cake. Little one. Maybe I can make small cakes for everyone.
I believe those are called cupcakes.
Oh, right.
Well, I'd be happy to teach you and to give you a little recipe book.
Luca lights up a little bit at that. I can write everything down.
Mm-hmm. And that way, when you go traveling and you find other good food, you can write them down, and when you come back to visit me, you can make them for me.
Yes. Shakes her again a little bit like you don't realize what you've unlocked.
Luca, please. You're
Sorry.
jostling my brain.
I'm excited.
I
A
can
lot of
see
good
that.
news.
I'm glad
Actually,
you're excited.
I got some, I guess, not so good news.
Oh?
Luca's face squints a little bit. He's still a bit confused by the prophecy, but do you remember when we went to speak with the hag at the marsh?
Yes.
And she gave us a prophecy, and I didn't really know what to think of it, so I didn't mention it very much. And I think Willow's obviously been thinking about it more than I have. They told me some stuff in it that might relate to me, and it's like I've always known there are possibilities of things being difficult, but having it written down and ordained for me by someone else feels a little bit different.
Well, I think the best that anyone can do is to simply handle a situation to the best of their ability. That's all you can ask of anyone. That's all you can ask of yourself, really. And even if it can seem predetermined, you always have control over your own actions to some extent. You get to choose how you view things or see things or handle things.
I know. I guess this kind of made me realize that I'll also be subjected to that on the other side. From people who are apparently supposed to be close to me in some way.
Well,
it was an unpleasant reminder of that.
She leans in and gives you a little hug. No matter what happens, I have faith in you. And no matter what happens, You should have faith in your friends.
Yeah. I'll have one more now to help me go through things. Which apparently you knew about.
Well, I'm used to the way that Willow and people like them tend to convey their feelings.
Why not?
It's just not in words, more in actions.
Like repairing my arm for free or giving me a brand new one, right?
Mhm.
Hmm.
Or spending many dinners sleeping over and ensuring that you have an anchor should your memories unmoor you.
Hmm.
Being
Still haven't
there.
used that yet.
Well,
I guess that's a good thing, though.
I suppose. You can also use it when it's not an emergency.
Hmm.
It is a reminder of me, after all.
Oh, I've got the real thing here, so I'll use that while I can.
Alright, we should really put these things away.
Mm-hmm. Sorry.
It's all good.
Sound like Willow.
I suppose salvage is rubbing off on me. I have been here for nearly 20 years.
Hmm.
A bit over, actually, at this point. So, we skip forward to later on. Luca brings out tea and snacks for Nen and Willow.
Discussing our
Some
master
little biscuits.
plans.
Yeah.
What illegal things are happening out here?
Actually, just the person I wanted to see. How are you? Are you interested at all? Oh, wait, is Elsa here?
No.
Okay. Are you interested at all in security for a location?
I'm pretty good at security, I think.
Mm-hmm. Much better at it than stealth. Will it nods at N? Like, N's being invited to be stealthy. Luca, I have another task for you.
Luca
How would
nods
you
like,
like
yeah.
to ensure that nobody is bothering old Gadroon at the Gilded Brush?
Luca tilts his head.
Sorry,
Here.
the artist there.
Mhm. This is the studio that Bartosz was associated with?
Since
Something
his,
happened?
all of that, people have been appearing there, reporters. I tried to get rid of one last time, but, well, Willow gestures vaguely at themselves and then gestures at Luca. You may have better luck.
I'm doing free security for them now.
Did Luca say that out loud?
Yes.
Willow's nose pinches for a sec, like they forgot that you would want to be paid for that.
No.
Willow,
No.
Willow will kind of sit back and go, well, it just seems like a good deed, but if that's not up your alley,
No,
then we can
no.
consider
It's-
another angle.
I'm just surprised that it came up, I guess.
The rest of the studio shouldn't have to pay for the fact that Wolfred was, well, Wolfred.
Piece of shit.
In so many words.
So I'm going to be security until we leave. Is that the plan?
No, I think if you manage to get one and
Because-
adequately frighten them, then others won't return. And go.
Yeah, it's like if you you take down their butler, maybe they won't come back to town, you know, to give a vague example.
Just a thought.
Luca makes a face and he's like, yes, I actually think I shall.
It would be good for you
Feeling
and all
generous.
to find closure. If you can find time in your busy schedule.
Closure for what?
I wasn't the only one attacked by Wilfred.
True, but that was a situation where I kind of
That
went in
certainly was.
expecting it. It was a situation. A very,
Nevertheless,
very
still a time.
situation.
Yes. Willow waves their hand off like it's convoluted to explain, but if you get it, you get it. If you don't worry, but it's just a nice thing to do. Something that they would do, but they can't. So if you want to, go ahead.
I shall undertake this noble task.
Most blessed mission.
Profound procedure?
Sacred calling.
Significant stakeout. If we're looking expectantly at N.
Yeah.
All I got is bountiful bodyguard. Look at the guy.
I think it'd be quite bountiful.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
What will you be doing?
Oh, you know.
I do think Willow will probably explain that we're going to meet with Miraldine at that time-ish.
Okay.
Probably, hopefully. So, like, we can all go to... Well, no, we don't. We probably all shouldn't go, like, yeah, to go to
As a little crew. Well, let's go
Yeah.
let's arrive and separately. Yeah. First,
Yeah.
she has to
Yeah.
agree to a
Probably go
meeting.
first. Yeah, Willow probably go
Actually,
early.
I have some shopping
that
to
kind of
do,
thing.
so I might head in early as well.
Okay.
Okay, Willow will go in later. Look, we just have to go in at separate times.
We'll figure it
Yeah.
out, depending on when your actual meeting is.
I think
Yeah.
if I'm going to be security, I should get in as early as possible. Don't you agree?
Sure. Yes.
Go for it.
So Luca will go first, and then I'll probably go in around. I'm planning to organize brunch. She might say no, but
Oh,
You
brunch
could
without
send-
me. You'll
You
have
could
to
send
get me
a-
something. Sorry, Zeke.
While the sending stone obviously is a secure connection, you can also send regular post.
that is such a good point, and it's actually better to at the moment because
Leave a paper trail.
Yeah, like why is Miraldine meeting up here? I don't know. That's weird, but like having a letter might make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's write her an invitation.
Typed up. She knows where I live anyway. She knows I'm fucking Jenkins. So
And you don't have to
like,
put a
She
return
doesn't know
address on it.
She
Huh?
doesn't know exactly where you live, but she knows your name is Jenkins, and she knows sent somebody to look through salvage.
Yeah. Well, my
She knows
boat's back.
enough.
The boat is hidden.
Yeah.
She knows that I'm from Salvage. So, like, if a note comes from Salvage to her to be like, she knows that I'm from Salvage, yeah?
Yep.
Yes, like
Yeah, I'm Jenkins from
congratulations.
Salvage. Yeah. Willow Jenkins, whose, like, tagline was, Willow Jenkins of the Jenkins Workshop.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's a one Malachi away from figuring out where I live. Specifically. Oh, yeah, the boat! Yeah, the boat off the docks! Okay, anyway, so yeah. What were we talking about?
Writing
Sending a
Millie
letter
a
to
note.
Miraldine.
I could also
Using
tell her
snail
bright
mail.
early in the morning.
Depends how
It's a bit of
quickly
an
you want
ambush.
that meeting.
Huh? Say again? I didn't hear what anyone said.
Depends how soon you want that meeting.
What did
Yeah.
Sarah say?
It's a bit of an ambush to say there's an appointment in an
With Dr.
hour. Yeah,
Okay.
like
And Zeke said?
fuck you, bitch.
Recall at this.
I don't think
don't
Zeke said
recall at this
anything.
point.
I was
Yeah.
just saying
Zeke
that
did say a little thing, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm basically just saying if you send a letter tonight, it's more likely we'll get an appointment like tomorrow or
Yeah.
Yeah.
instead of
She
like
can tell me in the morning whether she's coming.
yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna bite the bullet. Fish Dog isn't awake at the moment. And I don't have a typewriter, do I?
I guess not, but maybe they have one at the post office.
Oh my
You
god,
have Fish Dog.
telegram. And Fish Dog's dead.
Dog's
It takes a while.
Non-operational!
Non-operational, whatever. Do you say that your phone is non-operational when it runs out of battery?
Yeah.
Or did you
I
say
just say
dead?
it's out of battery. I don't
Wow,
say
okay.
it's dead because I love my phone.
Well, I say it's
That's
off.
odd.
So, you know, like, Fish
Okay.
Dog is off.
Yeah.
Fish Dog's deceased. Anyway, so look, whoa. You know what Willow might end up saying? If it's not too late to go.
Mhm.
Would you like to accompany me to the post office?
It's
Sure.
sweet tea. No,
Why
I'm kidding.
not?
I imagine we finished eating the tea, drinking the tea.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, eat the tea bags.
Delicious. And, yep, and we'll nod and go with.
Yeah.
Can I
Okay.
come?
Yeah, it was invited to you as well. Scampers over to the post office,
Mhm.
and we'll ask what was the lady's name here again? Man, it was so long ago.
I think that was Druzy.
Yeah, or
Or
Drozy. Or
Drozy.
something.
Rosie, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jersey.
But there could be someone else working here.
Yes. But yes, you for people who cannot necessarily write, they do offer to take dictation at the post office. Or
Okay.
if you want to just like borrow the typewriter quickly
Sure, I'll borrow it.
and just like type out your
Ooh.
letter.
Yeah. You guys need to be like, yeah.
Luca watches,
There is
excited.
actually, you guys feel free to do a. I don't know if these guys need to do an insight. I don't know whether to share this thing just off the cuff, but anyway.
Here, I'll
Willis,
insight
you
you.
gotta
Yeah,
write a
let's-
note. I am gonna roll persuasion.
20.
Sorry. Holy McMoly.
You can't beat a 20, so you have to tell me.
Yeah, no, just basically Willow's invited you specifically as the way and walking ahead in the way of like so I don't turn back. I don't like coming to the post office very much. Last time I was here I
Okay.
kind of dallied around. But yeah, let's no better time like the present to go to the post office. You know what, Willow will also put it to you two to make an arrangement to meet with Varys on the 3rd,
Mhm.
probably.
Sure,
Here
yeah.
at the Nesting Quail, so you guys can do that one while Willow is sitting there sweating droplets over the typewriter. Taka taka taka.
Luca
let me
gives Anne
actually
a
write what
pleading
you're writing.
face of, can we use the typewriter and can I please do it?
Yeah, yep, start formulating that letter in your brain, and as soon as the typewriter's available, go ham.
I love the idea that Willow's like, go write the letter so I can be here alone, and then Luca's lining up behind Willow at the typewriter. Willow's like, okay.
Do you want to take the typewriter first?
Yes, please.
Yeah, you take it while Willow's standing here getting more and more antsy. So what are you writing to Varys?
Dear Mr. Captain Varys Greenleaf,
Fuck.
how do you undo on... You can't.
You don't.
Choose your words wisely, Luca. You asked for this.
Okay, so it's Dear Mr. Captain Varys Greenleaf. We were delighted to hear from you, and we'll be happy to see you on the 3rd at the Nesting Quail in Salvage, should your schedule permit. Smiley face. How do you do a smiley face on this typewriter?
And it's gonna point to like the colon. And
Go on.
Yeah.
Bracket.
Willow's also gesturing to write on it.
He wants to use
Just
the
Just
Write
a
on
typewriter.
the
pen.
letter once.
But I want it.
I want it typed.
I want to type. Smiley face. Smiley face. Smiley face. Luca's excited that you can do a smiley face on the typewriter. Congratulations. That's probably spelled wrong. On your promotion, ? Job offer. We are looking forward to seeing you. Smiley face. Luca. And N. And Willow.
On separate lines.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
He doesn't
Luca
get any
pulls it out and
prizes.
He's like staring at it lovingly.
Varys doesn't get any prizes for figuring out who wrote this.
No.
Oh. All right, espionage man. Use your brain.
And we'll hand Luca an envelope.
Yeah. Spend like 5 copper pieces for the use of the typewriter and postage to Regalport for Varys left her.
I will pay because it was my typewriting.
Okay.
When did you guys have your meeting with Miraldine? It's like
Which one?
10?
10,
Oh.
11-ish.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Willow, who's been jittering behind you, waiting for the opportunity to use the typewriter, like just smashes it out rather quickly, without thinking too much about it. It says,
Think-
"Dear Captain Frost, eh?"
I was just gonna say, I think Luca is like admiring how fast they can type. He did the one
Dude.
finger types.
Oh man, thank you. I brought you here to help me with it. You incited it properly, and then you impacted it.
I thought it would
Look,
help.
it's funny. Ah, yes, delaying the inevitable is always so useful for
No,
Willow
like
Jenkins.
you see that I'm doing it, and it helps calm you down because you're like, oh, it's okay. It's just typing.
Anyway, please
Not
proceed
really.
with your
Yeah,
letter.
Willow writes, "Dear Captain Frostroot, shall we meet for brunch tomorrow at the Blue Lobster, 11 a.m. if that works for you? All the best, Gil."
Spend another 5 copper on postage.
Okay.
That should
You guys can take
be
it up to
there bright and early.
the desk.
So,
Yeah.
yep.
I will offer my hand because I think I can assume that you don't want to take it.
Posted.
Yay! Luca's happy. He got to post. He got to type. That'll be
No.
that will be going in the journal tonight.
Oh my god.
I used a typewriter today
I sent
for the first time that I can
Yeah.
remember.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Wait, okay, so when I say tomorrow, is it clear that it's... I'll date it. Let's say that it's
Yeah.
Yes.
Use the
dated
days.
as today. Yeah.
Yes. Easy.
The date is on the top of the telegram, as I expect
Yeah.
they would be at the post office.
Yes.
Okay.
Top of the letter.
And hopefully it doesn't have a stamp. Power salvage! Palvage?
Return address Willow Jenkins.
Luca Constant. Nodding puppy.
You'll be fine.
We'll put the return address as her address as well, so no matter what it gets to her.
There is no return address.
Yeah.
I know,
There
I'm
is no
joking.
return address.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those things.
It's
It hasn't
telegram.
been invented yet.
Mm-hmm. So, I think that concludes your day. Shall we skip to the second?
Again, might be dreaming of something tonight.
Of course they
Oh,
are.
Yes.
Oh, ho, ho, ho.
If we're skipping through the night.
Yes. Yes.
Probably stay at the Nodding Puppy.
You will.
God, this is the best day ever. I use the typewriter and Willow staying over.
Exactly.
I literally, like, it takes a while to walk back to the lighthouse, and it's like, you know.
That's true. I'm gonna pretend it's because we're friends. So
Okay.
You all go to sleep. And you're having a dream, yes?
Not of my own volition, but thoughts tend to crop up.
So. We see the flutter and twitch of N's eyelids as they sleep. N, the persona N, wearing N's face and N's name. You are darting through a familiar web of narrow Sharn streets. The path you've walked so many times that even now, after years away, you remember every turn, every landmark, every shortcut. Finally, you arrive at your destination, a sign glittering with magic. In bold, blazing colors, it proclaims the name of the establishment, the Keen Whistle. This gaudy display stands as a proud beacon in the perpetual shadow of Lower Memphis. The sight of it used to soothe you. Why did you come back here?
Because she knows I'm hiding from her. We need to leave before she comes after us.
You approach the casino, heart hammering in your chest. You try the door and find it locked.
I pound my fist on the door, a rhythmic, practiced knock. At the same time, I reach for my pouch, pulling out my key. And when no one answers me, I hurry to unlock the door.
The lock clicks and the door opens. No alarm threatens to blare, nor does any familiar face greet you. The casino lies before you like a ghost town, the empty bar, vacant stage, and unattended poker tables, leaving your nerves in knots. No sign of the bouncer, or bartender, or main attraction. No sign of anyone.
This is wrong. I run to the back, shoulder my way through the door to Neve's office.
You stagger into a room shrouded in darkness. Looking around, you're barely able to make out the furniture or occupants. But someone is here, sitting in the big chair behind the desk. You know this because you can hear their pained breathing hissing through their teeth. With a squint, you begin to make them out. What's wrong with them, Anne? What did you do?
I'd know those clever hands anywhere. The rings, the scars on their knuckles. Hands are shaking, fingertips bloody. I've seen it before. Fingernails torn off because of me, because they didn't stay away from me. No, because I didn't stay away from them.
Tears prickle in your eyes, but as you reach to aid the victim of your selfishness, a presence weighs at your back. Poor little crybaby. You know she doesn't like it when people mess with what's hers. But then again, aren't you the same?
I pull out my knife and I attack that voice.
You whirl around and catch the culprit of this crime. Copper blonde hair flashes in your peripheral vision. A blade punches into your stomach. And you wake up.
And wakes up with a gasp. Kind of feels at their stomach. They're fine, of course they are. It's just a dream. Exhale, rub at their eyes. Still feel a prickle in them. Gonna pat themselves down. Just a dream. Just a dream. And they think they reach for their journal. They pull it over. They flip to the pages where they've tucked the initial note from Damon from Risha about the Keen Whistle Casino, and they read it again. They read it again.
As you're reading, you see in the peripheral vision the writing of the eye appearing. Do you need to talk about it?
Like they at first snapped the book shut like reflexively and then realized, oh, I just kind of snapped the book shut on you, which is not what N's intention was. So they kind of like peel it back open. What's there to say? I'm sure you've seen it all already.
Just because I see everything doesn't mean that I necessarily understand everything. And besides, what was it that the Seeker said? Talking it out helps or something?
Yeah, something like that. And rubs at their brow. It's like I told Willow a long time ago. When you look at things, they tend to look back. Yes, this note says that the casino is fine. At least on the surface. But if I keep digging... and starting to shake, and they close the book again. Not to shut up. They just One in reflex.
Yeah. I think you see the writing up here on the cover, because it doesn't really matter where it is.
Yeah.
It's just where you're looking.
Nuts. I'm more scared of this than I'm scared of the holder under Sharn. If I get them hurt, I don't know what I'll do.
The eye pauses.
No, that's...
Think about it logically.
I know... It's... Nothing is gonna happen with what I asked Damon to do. It's one person in all of Sharn going to one location to look at it. Even she's not gonna be able to pick up on that. How would she?
They probably think you're dead. You left years ago. Without a trace. At best, they maybe know that you went to Stormreach. But you weren't you then, were you?
No.
We have to think in ways that let us survive. The casino is safe. And Boromar is going to be Boromar. And you're just someone who disappeared.
To the entirety of Boromar. But to her... I lied before. I know what I'd do if she hurt them.
The eye remains silent.
That would make it easy. It's the unknowns that cause the issues. But we're working on that.
The Dragon Slayer has kept his word so far.
Exactly. He has reason to keep it. Not all of us can have fancy pendants. Some of us have to do it the old-fashioned way. We'll know more soon.
Soon.
The writing fades.
And shifts the journal back onto the table beside their bed. Flops back down onto their back. Arm over their eyes. Just gonna try and get back to sleep. I have things to do tomorrow.
I think make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Nice.
Having spoken about it and thought about it, acknowledge the dream, the reasons why it's haunting you. You put it to rest as much as yourself. And you're able to sleep relatively peacefully for the rest of the night. Next day comes.
May I make a quick amendment to something?
Yes?
I do actually think Willow might have gone home to their boat.
Ah, okay.
Or,
Don't you love us?
oh my god, if you keep saying that.
It's gonna go away.
Extra, so. How long is the walk back to the lighthouse? It does seem like they could go back from the post office to the lighthouse.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think
You
it seems
parted
weird for them
ways.
to leave their boat unmanned when
Unattended. Yeah.
it's unattended when she just Jenkins dropped me in the
Yeah.
worst way. So yeah.
Thank
you. That's a regularly scheduled in aftermath.
Mhm.
But yeah, I will come bright and early and meet you guys. But sorry, Zeke, keep talking.
Nope, that's it. So,
Sweet.
Yep.
bright and early. 2nd of Larvion.
Guess I wouldn't meet you guys. I guess I'm just going to go there as if I'm alone. I think it's most pertinent for me to walk as if I'm alone. Just trusting
Okay.
that N is going to be there at the time that we said.
Mhm.
All
I can
right.
always message you if you need if
Yeah.
they need to.
And might honestly message you and kind of to ask, like, do we have confirmation or are we just gonna go regardless?
Actually, you know what? If you're alone on your boat bright and early, I think you just get a message from Miraldine that says, "See you there at 11 sharp."
Did
Yeah,
it?
girl.
You bagged it.
Get it?
Yeah. Willow's like, okay, good. And then melts out of their bed. No, they have to do this. And they are fine about it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. Worse things have happened.
They
they're
sure
gonna
have.
Yeah. Worse conversations have been had. So yeah, wait, do I have my Oh, I could have gone home too so that I can reinstate my pockets of holding.
Yes, you can have done
I'm
that.
wearing
You've
the
had
jacket again.
You've had several long rests, so you can have done that.
Yay. So I have my pockets of holding back. I'm wearing my Syrian jacket. You
Mhm.
can't miss me. My little bandana.
Mhm.
And I'm ready to meet a sea dragon captain.
Mhm.
Finally. Another one, really.
Yep. All right.
Did you say N was going to message me? And I will say, what did N tell me? Ask me?
Like, have you gotten confirmation? Or are we going regardless?
Willow will say, yep, see you there. Or not. In the way of saying, like, because I shouldn't be seeing you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Can I respond every time you respond back to me? Did you say gotcha in a way that I could hear?
Yeah. It'll probably, like,
Wow.
just give you confirmation, like, since you messaged.
Mhm.
And yeah, every time N sends
Yep.
you a message, you can message one back.
Okay, well then Willow will respond, thank you, and that's...
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice and easy.
Interesting.
Yeah,
And
that
Lika's
far
dying
scribe.
tea.
That
Yeah.
far scribe invocation is real handy.
Yeah.
It is.
So, while Willow and N set off separately to meet with Miraldine Frostroot, Luca, you head over to the Gilded Brush.
Actually, can I
Um,
pop in somewhere else before, just like quickly? A shop
yes.
open? Yeah,
Yes.
nice and early.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to go to Malachi's.
Hey, you head over to
Hey.
Malachi's.
Yeah.
Hello
And-
again.
Hi, do you remember me?
Yeah, of course. You're the one with the big old arm.
Yeah,
Willow's
that's me.
friend.
Yeah, exactly, Willow's friend. Okay. I'm wondering, do you have any like trick ink?
Ooh, what kind do you want? The kind that just disappears after you write with it, the kind that reappears after you write it with it, if you put it over some heat, like a candle, or do you want to have the stuff that's like only visible in magical light, or do you want to have the stuff that's only activated if you cast a spell on it? What kind of we've got lots of trick ink options.
Oh, I think I'll go with the heat one, please.
Okay. All right. Malachi sort of scrambles through his inventory. The sort of claustrophobic chaos that is the magical miscellany, new and used magic items for reasonable prices.
I think it's quite homely.
Yeah. You have to squeeze sometimes to get through the aisles. But the figure of Malachi, this tiny little goblin man with his normal bottle glasses and dandelion puff hair, clambers around and produces a box of like vials of trick ink, sorts through them and is like, okay, let's see, shakes it a little bit. Yeah, still good. Places it down, and I believe it is an ounce vial of ink.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I just want to double check something really quick of how much. It costs. Ink, 1 ounce bottle. Okay, yeah. That's 1 gold piece.
Oh, nice. Good. Here you
Or
go.
10 silver. Or 100 copper.
I have gold. Thank you.
All right. Pleasure doing business with you. Can I interest you in anything else?
Actually, if in the off chance that Willow comes by, could you just not tell them that I was here?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. No, that's everything. I actually have some business to tend to. Thank you so much.
All right. Send my regards to Willow, by the way. I know that, hope they get some good commission work recently.
Luca tilts his head slightly, like inquiring. What does he mean by that?
Oh, someone came by asking about Willow's work again.
Wow. There's your breach right there.
Do we think that Luca would realize this is the moment?
If you let Malachi keep chattering, if you like still look confused, it's like he keeps chattering. He's like, yeah, it was. Isn't that interesting? Someone came around asking about like something like that, and it was really in a roundabout way. Because at first it seemed like they were asking about a warforged, but eventually, like from the description, Malachi realized that was like pretty distinctly Willow's style of tinkering. Like, yeah, Malachi recommended is like, yeah, they've got a workshop down in Salvage. Just ask for the Arcane Tinkerer down in Salvage.
Oh, right, of course.
See?
Take its workshop.
It only takes
Everybody
one.
knows it.
It only this vilifies all of my paranoia about the one thing causing your house of cards to tumble. Thank you, Malachi.
Luca will be like, oh yeah,
Thanks.
that person did get in contact with them, and yeah, they've got some interesting stuff lined up now. So
Oh, great. Well,
yeah,
send my regards.
I
have a good
will.
day.
Thank you so much. You too.
Don't be a stranger.
Toddle
Bye.
Okay. So I have a question for Willow before we get into this choice. If you can scrape your brain off the floor briefly for me.
Yes. I'm going to have to now. Zeke dropped that on me before the Miraldine conversation.
That's what you get for stepping away.
Yeah, I think before we go into that, I think N would have asked Willow earlier, when we were discussing this plan, if N is in the restaurant, should they be listening for some kind of tip to start the spell now? Because I do have a particular window, or do you just want start the spell when she arrives? What's the deal there, or just use your discretion? Did Willow have any direction? Okay.
Willow's kind of trusting that you would click. I don't know where the conversation's going to go. I have a few points that I think I might hit, but it really depends to what energy she comes in with. So I don't want you to start it when she walks in and then there's 20 minutes of you know?
Yeah.
I feel like there'll be moments where you're like, oh, I want to see what her thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I will have to step away for a few minutes if I'm in the restaurant.
Yeah,
cast the spell
if
without...
you're in the restaurant.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure if you'd sit outside or maybe covertly do it at your table. Luca can't sing and he got busted.
That runs the risk of being caught, and N's not about that, and will just go the safe route and...
Listen, I'm not experienced in
it's
this
fine,
whole
it's fine, you're
stakeout
fine.
culture.
It all worked
that's
out.
Why I sent you. You are experienced.
Yeah, so I guess
using your strengths.
In that, on that note, from N's previous experience with this restaurant, would there be a good place I could check myself where the wait staff wouldn't come out to dispose of the garbage and see me just standing there being suspicious? Where I would also reasonably...
I think this will entirely just be a stealth check, but yeah, there's probably bathroom stalls or something like that where it's easy to just sort of tuck away. It's like a family style restaurant.
Yeah.
So easy enough.
Yeah, I'm mainly wondering if there's anywhere outside where I could like how I did when the ritual was going on, the Speak with Dead ritual.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Kai pressing his back to the wall.
Yeah, the outer perimeter.
Okay. I think just make a perception check when you get there.
Okay. Should we assume we are there?
Yes.
Ooh, I think I'm gonna go. So, are you gonna go there first? Do you reckon, or nah?
I feel
like
I feel like getting there first makes me less suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm already there,
yeah,
I don't come in, or whatever.
Yeah. Cool. I'm gonna do my own perception check just to see I don't recognize anybody. In case I don't know, Emma Brightwind has decided to come early and check out the locations. To make sure that no one's going to try and assassinate Colton again.
Go make reservations for Colton at the Blue Lobster.
Can you imagine sitting at the table next to me? Honestly, the fact that I brought Miraldine here is very I don't know. It just feels like I've invited Miraldine for chats at the local Red Lobster. I think is the What the hell am I rolling? Percepts.
Perception.
Did you want to do Luca state doing guard duty before you get into the meat of the fun stuff happening here?
Yeah, why don't we kind of situate ourselves and then we'll jump back
we'll
to
just
later.
Okay.
So, on a 22 perception, let me just quickly roll something.
Roll for Emma Brightwind.
Emma Brightwind would not be making reservations here.
You do not perceive there to be any figures that you would recognize in here as a liability, other than you see the staff that you saw last time, because obviously they'll be here. But yeah, other than that, just seems like regular families, maybe a couple or two that are just having a nice relaxed brunch. Maybe one. A group of what looks like a merchants at a business brunch in a corner. Easy.
Fantastic. I'll sit at the place where I suggested to end. I'll sit probably in a more tucked away place. And I'll tell the staff that I'm waiting for someone. And table water and bread seems like a good start. And I'll just sit here. Yeah. In my primetime end spy area.
Yeah, so what do I have to work with on my perception?
Okay, so it looks like there is sort of a corridor around the back of the eating space where it leads to the bathrooms, the kitchen, and like outside.
Okay.
So you can tuck yourself either in the bathrooms or outside.
Yeah.
You'll just need to roll a stealth check if you need to do that. And the bathrooms are like, they have stalls. They're unisex, obviously, because
So am I.
Yeah.
Can I roll
I
this?
like your funny words, Magic Man.
Should I roll the stealth check now to see if like N can tuck themselves just somewhere where they can stay for the duration of this? And if that like doesn't pan out, then I'll just go get a table.
Sure, you can try. How will you receive the signal of like when?
There is no signal, so
It's just whenever.
So one of my
Whenever
thoughts was if N is
N feels
close
like.
enough to hear the conversation,
Yeah.
then N will be able to tell what the conversation like. If there's a moment where you're like, Pink, gotta ask something there, then like,
Yeah. Okay, I have one
Then
other
we'll know.
conversa-
so you have to be
conversation.
close enough to hear.
One other question that is like
Yeah.
making me divert to be hiding for the entirety of this conversation. How normal is it for one person to be eating here alone?
It's pretty
Seems
normal.
Okay, because it's like if you
Just come
said
here, have a
family
coffee,
establishment,
read.
I'm like, is it normal for like just one person to be sitting off in the corner, or is
Yes.
that going to stand out?
When I say family style, I mean that it has it as opposed to like a diner counter or a fast food place,
Okay,
as in like it's a sit down restaurant.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Just want to double check that before I make myself a sore thumb among the patrons of this
Yeah.
essablishment.
No,
I feel-
it's
it feels like the kind
perfectly
of place where
regular.
you could
Yeah.
sit and
Yeah.
read a book, and like no one would bother
Yeah.
you if you order something and like read
Yeah,
a book
exactly.
for the entirety of the time you're there.
Yeah.
And my thought process was that you would be like kind of nearby to where I said that I
Yeah.
would be,
All right.
Yeah.
so that you can hear.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Even
I
just
just like
overhear
hesitated
general
at like,
conversation.
is it gonna look weird if I'm just sitting on my own? Because that's what I'm trying to avoid. But if we're not, if
I
that's
feel
not
like
the
this
case,
restaurant isn't so classy that it'll be like, I'm sorry, you need to order something if you want to continue sitting here. Like I'm not at that kind of place.
En's
No.
got money though, and En will like, I'll eat if I'm here.
Yeah.
Of course they are.
I'm sorry, I bought a banquet for myself. Has that not come out yet?
Yeah, so En will wear some kind of generic face and probably go get a table near
Yeah.
wherever Willow's sitting. Then I think I'll just go with that. And when I want to cast my spells, I'll use that perception to be like, I know where I can tuck myself to go do that.
Yep.
Cool.
And orders a family meal for themselves.
And orders
I am
big
the
breakfast.
family.
Oh my gosh, big breakfast.
It's a meal for all my personas.
What each?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm the family.
Hey, question. Should I have a look and see if I can spot N in here just for the shits and giggles?
Sure.
Because Miraldine presumably can't read my mind, and I presumably can't, like, give you away.
Yeah.
Can I?
See, I mean,
Are there
Uh,
are there
and
spells
make
that
it-
can like give you a mind reading ability for like 24 hours or something?
detect thoughts, and it's for 10 minutes
Yeah.
or 1 minute, depending.
No, but
on
like
who you are.
sorry, spell
Yeah,
scrolls
spell scroll.
is what I meant. Sorry.
nope. Not
No?
that you know
Okay.
of. Certainly
out of
not
habit I
within
will
your
look-
prize age.
But yeah, I'm like
yeah, and I
Miraldine.
think this would be. Ugh.
Should
I
do
think
that?
this would be an insight check on Willow's behalf and an
Oh, sorry.
deception check with advantage.
Okay. Pretty good, pretty good.
Oh,
I think N in
And then
particular
you
gained.
I think you accidentally make eye contact,
I also think
and you're like,
N,
that's N.
N's not particularly made up a whole new like repertoire of mannerisms. So
Yeah.
Mm-mm. Do I see the way that you're writing in a book on your table or something? I feel like, and it would be nice.
It's
if you
more the
took
body
notes,
language
but-
and
Body language?
like
yeah.
yeah.
the way they're ravenously eating.
I recognize the way that you eat bread.
I was thinking it's like the way N walks in. N has not designed like a
Yeah.
whole different walk for this.
Yeah.
So it's just like
True,
N's
I
casual
can tell
walk,
you
and you've
football.
seen N casually walk around in lots of places. So
Hmm.
you hear
You're
the
not here before
familiar
me, though.
gait of N's footfalls.
Mm.
With
I
your
figured
big
that
and
ears.
then also accidentally make eye contact, and it lingers just a little bit too long in the way of like, oh, I recognize you but not in the way like a stranger makes eye contact.
Yeah, and like peered over
It's
to
like
your
a-
table to make sure you were at the table you said you were going to be at, and then you looked back at that
It was
exact
like-
moment, and it was a thing.
A bit of a
Yeah.
oops. Oh well.
No, you knew I was here anyway. You're just don't
Yeah.
look where I'm
And
sitting.
just to confirm, you came here before me, yeah? It would have made
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah,
To position
Yes.
yourself before I came in. Yeah.
yeah.
Ends just like return from like the scoping out the
Yeah.
bathroom.
Yeah.
Quote
Looking at the
unquote.
menu. Yeah. Hee hello, I know you even when you're not you. Hee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you like us.
Oh my god, I have closely observed you.
Oh my god, that's like a lot of like.
That's what Elsa's saying to
Anyway.
you. Anyways, speaking of
Oh my
Luca,
god.
Yeah. So, after having your little purchase at Malachi's,
Mm-hmm.
you go over to the Gilded Brush, where you can see that the storefront says that they are currently closed for the day, maybe for the week. And you can see sort of a lanky, a little bit scruffy looking human man with a sort of like a patchy beard. Like, it's shortcut. It's like 5 o'clock shadow, but it is like 10 in the morning. So it's 10 in the morning after a 5 o'clock shadow kind of scruff.
Mm-hmm.
Who has like a little messenger satchel and a notepad, and is kind of like peering through the window, trying to see if they can see anything inside.
All right, I'll go up to like the door of the establishment and kind of turn my back to it and incline my head to him and ask if I can help. Let's say, can I help you?
No, I don't think you can. This place is closed. I'm waiting for someone in there.
Who would that be?
The proprietor of the establishment, of course.
Do you have
I have an interview.
an appointment set up?
I do. Seems like they're trying to avoid the fuss. You know, this is the place where that one murderer worked at beforehand. I don't know if you read the papers.
Let's say I do. Do you have some confirmation of that interview that I could see, please?
What do you mean? It's a verbal agreement. Like, who are you anyway? Why are you here? You see the sign, it's closed. You're not getting a
it
portrait
is.
done, are you?
Why would a man be here when an establishment is closed with a sword and asking questions to those who still arrive? Do we think?
Make an intimidation check.
Oh.
You lean in over this man. You are taller than him easily, and almost like 1.5 times as wide as he is, with just like a big polite smile. And he goes,
Yes.
What did you say your name was, good sir?
My name is Luca, and I am here to keep away the riffraff.
Right. Well, seeing how clearly there's nobody there, and I'll just send a letter and see if we can't reschedule that appointment. He sort of like scratches his arm nervously and does, well, good day to you.
Good day to you
Leaves.
as well. Be sure to tell your compatriots.
Yep.
Waves,
gone.
smiles.
Yes.
You've dissuaded this man from coming back for today.
I'll post up here. Look official.
Okay.
Why not go in and inquire about a portrait later, huh? Why not? You can say it.
Well, now that you mention it.
Yeah, I know. I feel like I deserve
Tucks his
a
head behind
portrait.
his ear. Go talk to the good
Well, that's close.
The master.
Go talk to the scat man.
Yeah. Skibidi-bidi-bidi-da-da-da. Yeah.
Okay.
If he can do it, I can too.
Okay.
Great.
We will cut back to the Blue Lobster. 11 a.m. sharp.
Fucking God. Sorry, the dawning realization of my actions just kind of dawned on me.
Yeah, that happens.
But it's all right. Willow's fine. Ish.
Oh,
They
gosh.
arrived like 5 minutes early or something.
I'm responsible for my own actions.
Yeah. Call that fate, baby. Anyways,
Miraldine arrives there, and you see her. It's very clear. She does not yet see you. She's talking to the maitre d' and says, 2-4 Frostroot. Her reservations, it seems, and she sits on a different table.
Oh,
that's so funny. Damn. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a walk-in establishment, lady, but of course she's going to make a reservation. She's Captain
Yeah.
fucking Frostroot.
Yeah.
How far away is the table from the established end location?
I think it's on the other side of the room.
Jesus. That's fine.
How big is this room?
Good at
Not
NGOs.
terribly big.
So I could still reach.
Yes.
Cool. That's no problem then.
You can
I
still
think,
hear,
like-
like over here,
yeah.
with your ears, natural ears?
Yes. It just might be a little bit difficult if they start whispering, because it is not so empty as to be quiet in here.
Hmm.
Most things will be covered by the sort of bubble of conversation generally, unless you are focusing very
Focusing.
hard.
Yeah.
Okay. It's so funny. Thwarted immediately. No, I'm kidding. It's not that bad. I did consider reservations, but it didn't seem important until
Mhm.
now. I'm gonna insight check her first. What's her vibe? From a distance.
Sure.
I'll roll 1, 2. While I'm over here. It's far away. Look at you.
fine.
She carries herself with a straight-backed confidence, but Willow, you can see that she is clearly like raking her eye across the room. Looking for someone. Are you going to make yourself known?
I think Willow's. This is so unnecessary. You know, it's okay. Willow will flick open the sending stone
Mm-hmm.
and ask her, "Where do you prefer the lighting, there or here?"
She, like, her head snaps up. She's going to make a perception check to try and find you.
Oh.
funny.
Oh no!
Can't see you through the crowd of people.
Can I give her advantage by waving?
Yes.
Okay, little twinkly wave. Willow, I think, turned back in their seat.
I think she
Big
makes...
Grin.
Yeah, I think she looks at you and then gives you a sharp smile and taps the table.
Willow like gives her that big smile, like hello, and then turns back with like the eye roll of like, of course you're not going to relent and like switch tables. Anyway, we're not going to argue on this front, but it does. Hopefully, N is okay with being able to listen in from a distance, still within range.
N's eaten.
Yep.
N's just eaten. Hopefully, you are like in a middle area. Anyway, so it's not too much to throw it off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't feel like N was sitting super close to your spot anyway for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
They're probably in a
sense.
good position to
Alright.
just keep an eye on the whole place. Or near.
Yeah, I imagine Willow walking past your table. They collect their stuff. They might bring over the water, the bread
Mhm.
basket.
I thought we said
Yeah.
to meet at 11 a.m. sharp. Seems you came here early.
I didn't make a reservation. I wanted to save a table.
Well, too bad for you. I suppose we should finally introduce ourselves, yes? You already know me.
Apparently, you already know me too.
I know snippets of your reputation. It would be polite to introduce yourself by the name that you wish to be called.
Willow will offer a hand to her after putting down the bread and the table water. Or in their glass. I think they would have left the water. But anyway, they will offer Miraldine their hand. Willow Jenkins.
She shakes her hand. Very well. Please be seated.
Are you not going to introduce yourself?
You already know that I am Captain Miraldine Frostroot.
Still, manners. Now Willow will sit.
I think Miraldine orders like some sparkling wine and I want to say like a something fancy.
What's fancy at the
Like-
Blue Lobster for breakfast?
I guess like an omelet.
Good. Okay, yeah. I'll get something bready, probably.
Okay. Yeah.
Not to pigeonhole Willow in the bread zone, but like eggs and bread
Yeah.
is nice. Oh, you're also
Yeah.
getting eggs.
Yeah, I think Miraldine is getting like a seafood omelet type thing
Nice.
with her champagne.
At 11 a.m.
Yep. Mimosas, yeah.
Yeah,
Brunch.
Yeah, brunch. Okay. It doesn't matter, but I feel like Willow's gotten whatever the special is as an aside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So, we finally meet face to face.
Again. Oh, I suppose, yeah.
Where would I have met you before other than under the employ of Miss Madani?
At the auction. Rather, at the gallery. Briefly. You were, occupied at the time?
I'm afraid I don't recall. You must not have made much of an impression. Then, at least, you've certainly made one now. So, darling, shall we put our cards on the table?
Willow gestures to her, like she can start.
Oh no, you started this encounter by trespassing upon my ship. I have asked repeatedly what you want. You have given no real indication of what it is. You've made accusations and both offered to help and threatened to harm me, and yet I see nothing to that result.
Again, might start getting up to go to the back rooms at this point.
Mhm. Okay. Yep.
Willow will shrug slightly. I'll admit it is difficult to know what to do about you thus far, considering I don't know exactly what you have planned. Or why you are here to begin with.
I'm here to meet with the person threatening me.
I suppose I mean here in Regalport,
Oh, well,
Captain.
I suppose you haven't done your research then. I'm here to make money. I'm a businesswoman after all.
And then have gone into the back and started casting in
Yep.
the bathroom now.
Yes.
Did you want me to have waited until you came back for that part?
Nope. I'm just finding my moments.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. You return and you focus the detect thoughts on Miraldine specifically, tuning out the chatter of other thoughts and voices. She is currently intently focused on Willow.
And Willow will ask in response, money, is that what motivates the rest of your, loyalties?
We live in a capitalist society, darling. Feudalism is old news. And, well, who could refuse the call of a good life for them and theirs?
Curious what N hears in this moment.
She believes what she's saying.
Willow will probably say, there were moments of suspicion that you may be involved in the whole Emerald Claw side of things. However, with how swiftly you discarded them as being connected. Rather, how swiftly you discarded the Dire Sharks from being connected to the Emerald Claw's ploys. Considering that maybe that's not it.
There's sort of a flicker of, like, how much do they know in Miraldine's thought?
Mm-hmm.
But correct me if I'm wrong.
Why should I do that? You've positioned yourself quite nicely as my opponent in this little game of chess. If you underestimate me or predict my movements wrong, well, that can only serve to help me, can't it?
I suppose.
We aren't friends.
Willow kind of laughs at this moment. Little laugh, like a little joyless laugh.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose it is impossible to read between the lines that you don't know are there. Friends. That's a good question. Do you have any of those?
What kind of question of that? Of course I do.
Ah, so you have spoken to plenty about, the goings-on of this past month. Friends that know, the entirety of your story. That which is out in public and that which is concealed.
What are you getting at, darling? All this double entendre is making me tired. It's not even noon yet.
I suspect that if somebody else in this neighborhood finds out about how many captain's hats you may be wearing, then you'll be in more trouble than I am.
I'm only the captain of the Silver Dancer, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
Willow rolls her eyes because they knew that she was going to get caught up on that specific wording, but I'm also curious what N finds in that moment. Willow will just continue. Hats. General hats. Miraldine, do you really want me to say it out loud?
If it makes you more comfortable, you could write it down.
I've already said it to you once.
And you remember my reply, correct?
That I had you
If
at
you're
a
accusing...
disadvantage?
If you're going to accuse me of something, you'd better put your money where your mouth is. What proof do you have, if any? Who's accusing me? Is it you? Or are you acting on behalf of somebody else?
Oh, that I can answer. It's me.
And do you have proof or just a hunch?
Have I picked up on anything in particular over the course of all that?
She is mostly trying to figure out how much Willow knows.
Yeah.
And sort of her surface thoughts are mostly concerned with like how to volley back, you know?
Yeah.
She is taking a very like aggressive position to defend herself.
Yeah. And there's like no particular like thing that Willow said that had like a moment of mental flinch, I think is also what N would be listening kind of for.
Make an insight check with advantage.
Okay.
Nice.
There was a hitch on the money, what motivates you, and dire sharks.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the closest you get.
Yeah.
I think in response to Miraldine asking for proof, Willow's going to sort of sigh. Like, they didn't want to give her this kind of, like, upfront, but she has kind of come at it with a prove that I'm worth, like, the medal at the moment. Willow will say 20th of Olaroon, 21st of Dravago, and next upcoming 15th of Lavion.
Okay, that gets a more pronounced mental reaction. And Willow, you see Miraldine's eyes sort of widen. She clearly recognizes those dates. The immediate surface thought is how did they know that they were in my room? Did they decipher it?
Well, I guess that insight check you kind of just described a little bit, but do I see any of that on the surface? Yes, because her eyes winded into me.
Yes. You see that she
Yeah.
clearly recognizes the dates, and she says,
Willa gives her a little expression as if to say, on the money. Not in a cocky way as well. It's very I didn't actually want to pull that out right now, but since you were insisting. Does she indicate that that is correct? Any visual way?
I think she slowly takes a sip of her champagne and then sets it back down on the table with a little click. So, if you're under your own employ, where do your loyalties lie?
That's the thing. In a few days, despite my efforts, my successes, my attempts to maintain some semblance of control over my numerous schemes since washing ashore in Greentown, I will no longer be welcome in Regalport.
She arches an eyebrow.
If my decryptions are correct, rather, if I share those decryptions with anybody, the same might be said for you very shortly. However, there are certain questions, certain outcomes that I see that I don't necessarily wish to consign us to right now. Seems a little too aggressive for a first step. So, pardon me dallying around the point. I wanted to give your boyfriend a chance to come back to life. Congratulations, by the way. And wanted to see what else you'd do. As you're probably well aware, you hold more power in this town than I do, for now.
I think there's a little squint at the congratulations, by the way, and Miraldine is how did they find out? He only woke up today. He only woke up yesterday. It's the second now, actually.
I did find out his resurrection was a success, yeah? But she thinks
yes.
Yeah.
She's okay, sorry, whoopsie. My wording has made her be how do you know that?
You're about to know.
You're sneaky.
Yep.
Sneaky.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
You're certainly well informed.
I sniff around.
I imagine you do.
If I'm being honest, you have been... how do I say? At risk of sounding too warm, I have been vaguely concerned with your actions in general. Prior to this revelation of mine. I suppose seeing how you reacted to Wolfred's imprisonment sort of kicked this off specifically.
Would you rather I have sent him to the gallows?
I don't know.
I do
I
believe he
suspected
did
that
a
you
bit
would.
of damage to you.
Oh, yes.
I don't particularly
lost.
care.
Figured you wouldn't. Otherwise, I may have appealed to your sense of humanity with regards to telling me why it is that you're doing what you're doing. And more to the point, what happens next. For you and for him.
By him, you are referring to...
The man currently loaded onto your ship, I would assume. Or at least soon to be.
I plan on keeping him well out of harm's way.
And what does that harm entail? If, say, I decide to tell somebody.
Well, that might certainly put a dent in my next financial quarter. But I am nothing if not adaptable.
That much may be true, but is he? Curious. As far
He's
as I am
well
aware,
taken care of.
well taken care of, but are you going to rob him of his second home in quite a short amount of time?
What are you implying?
Will you be
That I'm
welcome
going-
back in Regalport? Pardon me. Continue.
If all goes according to plan, I should be. That depends on what you do next.
It does. Hence why we're having this conversation. You see, there's something I said to Wolfred during our final conversation. I wondered aloud whether there was a stage that somebody else may have intervened to make situation better. Of course, everything. Many people can make things worse. I could have sunk your ship that day, if I wanted, if I suspected, reason enough. I still could, even knowing that Tarek is aboard. I could have a letter prepared so that by the time that you sail back into Regalport, everyone here knows that you're a traitor. You may be kicked out of town. Whether you take Tarek with you and flee, that is your own prerogative. Or you can leave him behind, and he can resent you forever. I'm not sure. You seem to waste a lot of energy then, if that were the case, on saving his life. Just to leave him behind or otherwise be loathed by him.
So, if you're capable of all of that, why not?
Lily shrugs. Worried about you, honestly.
She gives you a look of like, as if.
And you see why I didn't lead with that on the stones, yes?
Yeah. I will say, and you have like, Miraldine's surface thoughts are like sort of clocking over time. There's a lot of sort of trying to half plan contingencies, half try to assess the veracity of Willow's threats.
Yeah.
Considering that they managed to break in on the Silver Dancer, Miraldine is more inclined to believe them than not in terms of like the threat they actually pose. But at the same time, like, she's uncertain.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What's the last thing I said to her? Something about caring about her.
Yeah, she said, you see why I didn't lead with that on the stones.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Did she say anything else? Or she just scoff and look like...
So if I'm to believe that you are concerned for my well-being, why threaten Amy?
How else was I meant to get through to you? Friendly conversation. I got you to lunch, didn't I?
Well, you certainly got my attention. Now what do you want to do with it?
I'd like to continue the correspondence.
Regarding?
All of this until I have the answers that I'm looking for.
And what answers might that be?
I would like to ensure that you're not making more trouble than you can handle. And granted, I am certain that you believe that you can handle all the trouble that the Lazar Seas can throw at you. However, the captain is a person after all. You can only handle so much pressure. Please what?
I am not some foolhardy treasure seeker. Discretion is the better part of valor, isn't it? I know exactly what I'm doing. And I know exactly what I'm not doing. And what I'm not doing is climbing.
Willow's going to tilt their head at her. Is she implying that she is... No, wait. Should I do an insight check?
Make it yeah. See if you can read between these lines. It seems that whatever business she might have with whoever she is secretly meeting with, it is purely business. She has no interest in, like, ruining Regalport or ruining the Sea Dragons, necessarily.
I think the question is whether ruin might be a side effect of her actions, depending on what she's giving them, you know? But is that confirmation that it is business only?
Yep.
Business only, no stakes in general, then?
She certainly doesn't seem to have any personal ambitions regarding Regalport.
Yeah, that's fair. I kind of assumed it was business. And, like, again, why... Actually, no, I think Willow might speak back to her. No, wait. Let me think. So that is a confirmation that is business. Did N hear anything?
I imagine maybe
what
I got
is
confirmation,
yeah
essentially,
yeah
that she's telling the truth. As
Yeah.
far as she understands it.
yeah she's not planning on, like, starting a civil war or whatever.
Yeah, of course. How do I word this, then? I will confirm with Zeke, like, in meta. It's purely business, however, it is still with Sea Dragon's rivals.
Yes.
Does that, even though it's purely business to her, does that necessarily mean that her actions may not have consequences? Or is that, like...
She seems to think that whatever consequences her actions will have will not sink the boat, even if it does rock it.
Wow, that is a dangerous game she's playing. Says the other dangerous game player.
Yeah.
Does she have like a prophecy to prove that that's true? Like,
Nah. She has business savvy. And not like, and she's
and
smart.
businesses never fail.
No. I think Willow's going to give her a little eyebrow because it makes sense then that like even though she is confident, that doesn't mean that I have to be confident in her because she might be selling trade secrets, which may soon include, oh, Raga's starting an industry of his own, like that, that kind of stuff that might jeopardize things in general.
By the way, speaking of that, not even the Sea Dragon captains know that Ryger is doing that.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I'm aware. Remember, I recall that he gave that in a special meeting with Varys. Gave that intel. Mm-hmm. And then Varys told me, but that's not the point. Now's not the time, even though we are in the Blue Lobster. But sorry, what I was trying to confirm was she is completely confident that her plans will not rock the boat, so to speak. This is not coming from a place of viciousness. It's coming from a place of business.
Yes. I think if you're as like she says, I'm not doing anything outside of the norm for a world-wise pirate. Competition is part of the business, after all.
Do any of your fellow captains know about this particular business venture?
No. You're the only one who's found out. So congratulations.
Lily sighs. They'll raise their glass to have a sip. They're thinking. I suppose the current problem is I don't necessarily trust that what you are giving at these locations are as harmless as you may think, all things considered. For the month that we've had, other machinations evidently overtook you and could have ultimately used you and discarded you. Miller sort of shakes, like presses their lips together and shakes their head. I don't know. I'm not confident.
Skill issue.
Did she actually fucking say skill issue?
No.
Wow.
But she does But she does mumble something to the effect of like, well, it seems like your problem, isn't it?
Willow's going to say, pardon me, I'm not confident in you, or rather convinced by you. You are as confident in your plans as I am in mine. Evidently we might all work for the better, but too many people will pay the price if it goes wrong. Though again, we've ended up off the topic per se, which is my concern for you. I saw you leave the auction that evening. Honestly, it's... how do I put this? It was such an unsatisfying conclusion. A little satisfying for you now, I'm sure. Well, not if I bother you. The Silver Dancer sinking in the docks would definitely put a damper on the satisfaction aspect, I'm sure. I would like to be certain.
Wouldn't we all?
That's unhelpful. I would like you to make sure that I am certain.
Of what?
Friendly competition, for sure. It's the nature of these principalities. This so-called freedom that Ryga talks about, of course, makes its way for you to dabble in many, many different pools, so to speak. So I'm not going to stop you. If I can prove that it is as harmless as you say, and so I would like to continue a correspondence.
Or what?
I believe I already told you.
So. That's your trump card? Just to make sure I understand the terms of our impending arrangement. You don't want a signed autograph or whatever? No, I suppose not.
Willard's kind of paused, like they laughed a bit at the signed autograph comment. They'll pause to give her another head tilt, another look. They've been kind of matching her on her intensity a bit, in their Willow way.
Mm-hmm.
And there's something about how she keeps rewording what Willow's saying that's like making Willow sit back a bit. Like there's like a Willow saying the words the best they can. The way that they are landing feels different than how they are saying them. And this is a common feeling for Willow, so it's not like bizarre, but like they're going to take a moment to like kind of re-center themselves on what they're trying to say. I know it is difficult to see what I may consider general kindness in any sentiment that is wrapped up in a threat. I don't necessarily see it as a threat. I see it as an outcome that may be forced, depending on your actions. If you hadn't taken those actions, this outcome wouldn't exist. Yes, I facilitate the threat, but that's neither here nor there. Ultimately, I would like not to do that, but I will if I must.
How noble.
So it is not a... It is not a trump card, it is an outcome that you may force. If you refuse to correspond with me, yes. However, of course, I would like to have this conversation in a much more different light. There is much more that we can discuss that nobody else in these principalities can discuss due to unique circumstances, unique frustrations.
Such as?
And hell. Willow's gonna dig around in their pocket real quick and produce, let's see, what have I got? I guess the gill mask. Willow's gonna hold it up to her, like, what do you think the past month? To say the least.
Personally, I'd rather keep that chapter closed and put it entirely behind me.
Willow would leave the mask and put it back in their pocket, actually. They're still fiddling with it. Actually, I think while their hand is in their pocket, they are kind of like lightly brushing the corner of what they know is the poem book, the poetry book, Tarek's.
Mm-hmm. It finds its way into your hand through the dimensional space. Drawn to it by your thoughts of it. I'm a successful merchant captain, and you appear to be some very nosy arcane tinkerer who dabbles in murder investigations. I somewhat doubt that we have that much in common for our correspondence to be fruitful. What would I even say to you? My headings, my position? What guarantee do I have that you're not going to sell me to your preferred horse in this race? If you're loyal only to yourself, well, that doesn't seem like much incentive for me to unequivocally back the will of the High Prince.
Question from Mim. What does she mean by back the will of the High Prince?
Basically, be loyal to Riker. Without question.
Yeah, to basically stop selling their secrets to the Dire Sharks.
Yeah.
I think Willow, in response to that, and there's a look on their face when she's sort of like, you're just a nobody, basically, that like twitches at Willow's face, but now's not the time, maybe. Willow will, after she says the thing about like, what can you do to convince me?
Mm-hmm.
They'll probably mention, you wouldn't do it for him?
Zeke doesn't follow.
You
what
wouldn't
for whom?
back Ryger for Tarek. Usually when Willow's saying him, it's you wouldn't back you wouldn't show your loyalty for Tarek's sake. As someone that calls Regalport his home and has his whole like career set up here.
Well, if someone manages to unseat the High Prince, because the High Prince didn't have enough due diligence to watch his own back, well, maybe he's not that worthy after all. And besides, from the bottom, everybody at the top sort of looks the same.
I thought you were at the top.
Hmm.
I thought I was at the bottom. Isn't that what you were just trying to say before?
Everything about myself, I have won through my own merit. And that's the one thing I can agree with on Riker's behalf. It doesn't matter to me who the winning horse is. All that matters to me is that I get a good life. She
Willow
looks
gestures.
you
Hmm?
dead in the eye.
Mhm.
Miraldine looks you dead in the eye. And I think with a flick of her hand, flaps open her eye patch. And you can
Oh.
see this like horrible scar where like clearly a very, very old injury, likely repeatedly infected. From where she lost her eye. This is like old stuff. You would guess like she probably had lost her eye to an injury when she was very young. And did not have very good medical care for it.
Hmm.
And you just see that for a second, and she says, she flips it shut, and she says, I know what it's like to have absolutely nothing. Do you?
There is a brief moment where Willow's like, their stomach turns at the sight of that. A few things are confirmed in their mind. Of course, why does a person put so many, attach so many horses to so many carts filled with so much gold? Yeah, security will do it. The way that she handles her money kind of indicates all of that. But the question of do you, Willow, the sympathetic look kind of fades away for a little snicker, and Willow sits back and lifts up their glasses and says, oh yeah, so that she can see something is wrong with their eyes.
I suppose we have that in common, at least. The point standing is that all is fair game among pirates. Even double-crossing and espionage. Perhaps I'll betray Ryger. Perhaps I'll betray Ryger. Perhaps I won't. Perhaps I'll double-cross. It depends on what is most profitable to me at the moment.
I think Willow's got a little... They showed her their eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Last time they showed their eyes was in the barrow. Of note.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with,
Mm-hmm.
the most notable time they showed their eyes, disregarding the time when Warford forced it to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I think Willow's going to say, what if I could buy your loyalty?
Now I'm listening. What's the growing price? What's your offer?
How much is Lazar's treasure worth?
She smiles, like, genuinely this time. Like, she's been giving you these icy, sharp smiles this whole time. And for the first time, you see her be actually amused. And she says, that's certainly worth my loyalty. Maybe a bit more.
Then maybe I could get you halfway there.
Is that so?
If we are able to continue our correspondence.
I think that can be negotiated.
Did our omelets come?
You've been like, she's been eating between moments of conversation, so don't worry about it.
I feel like they've been like sitting there getting cold. I think after that little comment, Willow would gesture like, yeah, eat,
Yeah.
They might say one more thing because it feels like that's kind of the capped off conversation part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there anything more to say?
No, I think that's about as. I think she's satisfied leaving it there.
Okay. I think Willow's going to make a point of when to meet again, though.
Yeah. I will say, and
guess I could
also
leave that to the
the
stones.
yeah, I will say, and also like your detect thoughts has run out. So
Oh yeah.
Mm.
no more
Yeah.
no more insights unless you go and cast it again.
No, since the
Mm.
conversation seems to be wrapping up, probably no need.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We talk for a solid 10 minutes before eating our omelets.
Mm-hmm.
I think when it seems like Miraldine's. Is it too soon to say? How are we continuing our correspondence? Sending stone?
I
Or
think
she gonna
she's
keep
leaving
the
it up to
sending
you.
stone? Keep the sending
you can-
stone.
I think you can do something else if you like. Up to you. But for now, the sending stone is functional until you want to do something else.
There's something else that I am considering is making an actual date of meeting out at sea.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Away from everything here.
Mm-hmm.
In which case I would probably make it for the... It just depends whether I tell her now or whether I tell her with stone.
Stone is good. Your SMS, your stone message system.
I assume we'll arrange to make that trade at another date.
How does the 15th of Lavion sound?
I imagine I'll be out at sea at that point.
So will I. Let's deliberately put it on the same day as when she's meeting with whoever else.
Oh my god, are we gonna follow her?
That was the idea. I could meet her the day before, and then we can follow her. That was a thought. Or we can meet her the day of. Willow was saying the day of to be a smartass.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Should we go day before and then follow her, or asking the meta?
Yeah. No.
What?
Yeah, nah. Yeah.
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 I mean, you can
And-
see how she reacts to putting it on the day and then put it the day before.
Yeah, I was saying, so is she gonna react any more to that?
No, I said, oh, how fortunate. Will you be attending the convocation of princes then?
Is that where you'll be?
That is the day.
Most likely, yes.
Okay, quick question to Zeke. The convocation includes the captains?
Some of them.
Or is this... Okay, so she is... Because I wasn't assuming that it would include all of the captains, so can I be like, hee hee, hoo hoo, she's invited?
Yeah, she's either invited or she's tagging
Inviting
along,
herself.
and then
Yeah.
she's part of
Willow
the
would
fleet.
probably-
So
Yeah, of course. We will probably go the angle of, oh, I wasn't aware that you were a prince.
it would be poor showing for a prince to show up without their fleet.
Of course. They're loyal captains. Well, maybe the day before then.
Certainly. I will still, of course, be out at sea.
So will I.
But I can send you my coordinates. If you have a means of reaching me out there that you're confident in.
Did she just insult Willow's boating skills?
I'm not sure if she knows I have a boat.
Um,
Is that what she's saying?
It's
I
more
just
like
like
she is jabbing
talking
back
shit
at
about me.
your...
Yeah.
I think she's more generally jabbing back at the way of like you needing to be confident in her. She's like, how confident are you?
Anyway,
and being able to get to me at that time in that place.
Willow's
She's
going
not
to
insulting
say,
the size of your boat, as it were.
she's insulting me. She's insulting me. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Willow's going to sort of like wryly smile back at her and say, "I'll find you. Keep
Yeah,
the
well
stone
then.
on you." And Willow's going to probably say, because I imagine she's like peeling off now. Yeah? Or we're peeling off. Whatever's happening.
It seems like this will be the end of the conversation.
I think as she's leaving, or whatever, when we're parting, Willow's going to say,
Yes.
and you successfully swerved all of it, but never mind. Willow's
Excuse
gonna...
me?
Even in all my uncertainty about you, there is one thing I knew for sure.
And what would that be?
A traitor is a very lonely thing to be. So, Willow's going to gesture with the sending stone. Don't be a stranger. And then sort of begin to leave.
Yeah.
I'll shout lunch, Willow will say over their shoulder.
Nope, she took the bill.
How fucking annoying. No, can I contest that?
No.
Fuck off. What if I
Reservation
get
was
paid
under
to
her
buy?
name.
That's so
So
annoying. Fucking.
you should have made a reservation.
So, you know what? I'll say then, because I know about reservations, next time I'll shout lunch.
Until next time then. Willow Jenkins.